have YouTube running? Okay, so let's start YouTube now. Okay, so YouTube is up. So, Mr. Chair, we're ready to start.
Okay. Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with our decision, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Making your submissions. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have minutes of the last meeting to confirm?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. July 12th, 2023 hearing.
All right. Do we have a motion to adopt the minutes? Say here. Do we have a seconder? Yes, Larry. All in favor of confirmation of the minutes? Minutes confirmed. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff members for items in the morning time slot? Oh, okay. Any deferral requests, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. We do have two for this morning. Item number 5, file number A0323/23TEY, municipal address 577 Wellington Street West. As well as item number 15, file number A0431/23TEY, municipal address 154 High Park Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I see no files to be closed or withdrawn this morning.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go to the first item, 346 Mortimer Avenue. The purpose of this application is to convert the existing one-story, one-unit detached dwelling into a two-story, three-unit dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition and a complete second-story addition. The existing attached garage will be converted into an integral garage. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, staff reports from urban forestry and community planning. We have correspondence in opposition from 6 Dunmore, 100 Wiley, and 1 Dunmore Avenue. We also have a 37 signature petition in opposition from various neighbors on Dunmore, Mortimer, Woodmount, Memorial Park Avenue, Wiley Avenue, Cairns Avenue, Marlow Avenue, Lesmont Avenue, and King Edward Avenue. Faizan Akhtar.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. Can
Hi,
we have your
can you hear me?
name and address for the record, sir?
My name is Faizan Akhtar. My address is 1237 Woodbine Avenue, and I'm here representing the owner of 346 Mortimer Avenue. He's a friend of mine as well.
Okay, can we have your presentation, because there is opposition?
A lot of opposition. So the existing house is a 1.5-story structure. The homeowner is requesting variances to construct a second-story addition and a rear addition. You could see it on the site plan there. They're doing it due to high cost of living in Toronto. They intend to have their children stay with them due to affordability and have their small little private space. I believe up to fourplex are allowed in Toronto now. So, but they wanted to have it in a pattern that each one of their children can have their own private space. Also, 346 Mortimer, it's a smaller lot. It's not a large lot. So that's one of the reason a lot of the variances are arising. But if you look at the size of the addition, it is, I mean, even the second floor addition and the rear addition, it's not too large. It's about 6.7 meters in length and about 6.91 meter in width. Uh, yeah. And I mean, a large portion of the original structure, original dwelling is being maintained. And it's just a rear addition and a second floor addition that is being constructed newly. We had a chance to look at some of the neighboring properties that received variances. There is 112 Eldovich, which received lot coverage up to 48%, and some of the variances in regards to the side yard setback. Then there is 435 Mortimer Avenue that received similar variances as well. Yeah, that's about it with for my presentation.
Okay, panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Yim?
Yes, you have submitted some revised plan, and is it two of the variances have been revised? I'd just
Yes.
like to know, how do you achieve that? Where do you take out some of the survey?
Yeah, so we reduced the size of the rear addition because we received comments from the Committee of Adjustment that the rear yard setback encroachment won't be allowed up to a certain extent. So we reduced the rear yard setback from 3.44 meters to 6 meters, and that positively affected the FSI and the lot coverage as well.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, if the agent can just go through each of the revisions to the variances so that it is on public record. So I'm gonna
Yes.
ask the
So
presenter just to post the red line. It's up on the screen there, okay.
yeah. So we revised item number. The original item that is being revised is item number 4, which is the rear yard setback. The permitted rear yard setback is 7.5 meters. We proposed 44 meters originally, but due to Committee of Adjustment Planning comments, we had modified to 6 meters rear yard setback, and in turn, and we achieved that by reducing the size of the rear addition, and that positively affected the item number 3, which is the floor space index. It got reduced from 1.28 meter to 1.28 to 1.12 times the area of the lot. Similarly, item number 6 got modified there. The permitted lot coverage is 35%. We had proposed 62.77% originally, and that due to reducing the size of the addition, it got modified to 52.54%.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, any questions, panel? Any other questions, panel? Okay. Mike and Elizabeth Brazeau.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, before we get Mike and Elizabeth on the line, I just want to check anybody in person here speaking to item 1. See none?
No.
Okay.
No. All right, Mike and Elizabeth Brazeau.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Brazo, and I'm attending for Mike and myself. We are the owners of the abutting property at number 1 Donmore, and we abut both 346 and 348 Mortimer. I won't revisit all of the materials that I filed. They are pretty comprehensive. We have significant concerns that there are just simply too many large variations requested for the scale of the lot and the house. It significantly impacts our ability to enjoy our own property as well as our own rights. With respect to the plans that have just been introduced, I've got concerns with how quickly the plans have been modified and changed several times. The current version, the site plan statistics are inaccurate. It states that the existing building length is 59 feet 11.5 inches. It's actually taking the previous variation and superimposing it on here. It also references a completely wrong bylaw. It states that the bylaw related to this is residential detached with an F6, A185, and D 7.75, which is not correct. The COA materials do properly state that it is a residential detached with an F9, A280, and D45. So there are a number of discrepancies and inconsistencies with the plans that need to be spoken to for sure, but more importantly right now, I won't revisit everything as I said, but all of the changes leave very little space. It's going to create bulk height and mass. Even though the building is smaller scaled for a 3-unit house, it is not scaled in alignment with the community or with the lots that it is going to abut. We also have significant concerns that it doesn't conform to the existing bylaw requirements. It's now got no parking or no usable parking. It also does not fit into the design and layout for the community, for our street, for the surrounding streets. It's definitely not sensitive, gradual, and doesn't fit into the existing character. It's going to prejudice not just us, but our abutting neighbors as well through its sheer size and mass. There have been no concrete submissions to address the concerns of this other than this revised plan that has inaccuracies. We're concerned that it's not built for true family living. If you look at the room sizes, they're utilitarian at best. We're concerned it's more on scale with a rooming house for in and out. It's not geared for children that have to go to different levels or anything else. The community is definitely interested in intensification, but I don't think it should take the form of a 3-unit townhouse on such a small lot. And it definitely is not aligned for anything else in terms of scale and use for the community. In terms of the requirements to meet existing official plan and bylaws and even the amendments, it doesn't satisfy those requirements. It's trying to completely overextend the development of a lot that is really not meant for that purpose, and there are far better options for a 3-unit townhouse. This is more scaled towards something like 354 wood mount that received minor variations that are truly minor, but still aligned with the community and with the vibe of the neighborhood. A lot of people have lived there for many years and appreciate and value the green space that we have, and we're concerned that it is eroding it very quickly. In addition, the current I'm not sure, the survey that's been put on file is really not a true representation of how things are on the lots. If you pull up the pictures that I provided with the first submission on July 12th, you'll see the close proximity of everything, and that there's really no space for a building of this size that still ensures the rights and protections for abutting neighbors in the community. So thank you very much.
Mrs. Brazeau, your last comment, you say that there's not enough space on this lot to protect the abutting neighbors. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
So the current plan proposes to put a 7-bathroom, 10-bedroom house on a 26 by 95-foot lot. The plan suggests that it's going to be 6 meters away from our abutting lot line, where we enjoy our outdoor space, our porch, our gardens. And these plans reference a wrong bylaw. They don't have correct amounts. So
Yeah, I know, I
There's-
understand that. I wanna understand the impact you say it's gonna have on the abutting neighbors.
So if you look at the picture on page 5, you'll see the garage for the abutting neighbor at 348 Mortimer is very, very close to the property line already. It's not shown on the surveys. It's the next page down, I believe, but you can see it on the left side of that picture as well. And the new proposed townhouse would build right beside that existing garage. It's going to make issues for the noise of the 3 air conditioners at the back. It's going to have it rebounding off of the existing garage, off of the fence. It's going to make repairing that garage difficult. If cooling water goes there, it's now going to go into our gardens and into our driveway. It's going to, the mass and bulk of that new building so far back on their lot is going to impede the light and create shadows and still encroach over where we are. There will be, windows coming over top, and it's going to be very, very tight in that space.
All right, so isn't that, are you talking about the, okay.
Pardon me?
So that's, all right, so you're talking about the addition, right, okay.
That's correct. I don't like the fact that it's going to be a tall box, but the reality is a tall box very close to our abutting property line is going to create significant shadows, privacy issues, sightline issues. You'll see from the pictures you've got up right now. Although the lots are very small, when we look up or when we're sitting in our gardens, you can still see sky, you can still see trees, you still have a little bit of spacing. But if you look at the picture that you've got up right now on the bottom left corner, the existing attached garage is there. The proposed building will be another, I can't recall off the top, 18 or 20 feet past that. So that is very, very tight to the existing property. It will erode the views from inside on the south side of our house. And when we're outside, it's just going to be more impactful.
All right, thank you. Mr. Akhtar?
Hi, yeah, so I had a chance to review some of her concerns. Essentially, it's still gonna be a house, right? It's just gonna be divided into 3 units for the children. It's just gonna be a multi-family dwelling, and the reason they're proposing that it's due to the high cost of living in Toronto. I mean, they can't afford to move out, move somewhere else. And in terms of the height requirements, we are within the height requirement, so it's not going to be too large of a building or a house. It's within the requirement for height. So I'm requesting the honorable members of the committee to approve the variances. I have the homeowner sitting with me right now. He's eagerly waiting as well to see what happens.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so
Panel,
much.
do you have any questions? Larry?
Thanks, Chair. A couple. The neighbor raised the issue of, I think, amenity space. So there are 3 units. They're towns because they're side by each. What is the plan for providing renters with amenity space?
They're actually gonna be living in these units. I mean, they're constructing it for themselves. They won't be renting it at that time. They have young children that are growing up. So and I mean they are living in an extended family. The children are getting married. So that's one of the reasons they are proposing them as townhomes, right? So they can have their own privacy when they get married.
Sorry, so these are all, the plan right now is for the 3 units
The-
to be used by family members.
Correct.
Okay. So the presumption then is that each of those 3 units would use the backyard for their recreation amenity space. Is that
Yeah.
okay? So what are you planning to do in terms of screening off that area from the neighbors?
They plan to fence it.
What size, like what type, what size of fence? Like
Uh,
enough to provide privacy?
Privacy, correct, yes.
The other question is, one of the neighbors raised serious questions about noise from the air conditioning units. You have 3 air conditioning units that which look like they're situated in the rear where that amenity space would be. Those things can be very noisy, as everyone knows. Are you planning anything, or could you plan anything to reduce the noise, or shelter them, or wrap them, or something to eliminate or reduce the amount of noise those things could produce?
Yeah, so we spoke to the mechanical engineer there, and he did inform us that the new high efficiency units you can they're slightly costly, so you can request the installer to install noise-free units. There's not much price difference, but they do plan because they will be using the backyard for themselves, and the units are close to the home itself, so they don't want to have noise intruding inside the home as well.
No, but
So they
I'm
do plan.
I'm more interested in what the impact of those things. I appreciate that they're high efficiency and low noise, but some of us have those units and they actually still spill out a lot of noise. So we can talk about that further, but I think we would probably want to have something in place that might mitigate.
Yeah,
that.
we can. I can design a box around them so there is enough air infiltration, because they do require ventilation and circulation. So there will be enough air circulation to them, but they will be covered, so it will reduce a lot of the noise.
Of course. The last question I have is in respect, it's a corner lot, so the portion, I guess, where the new townhomes are going to be facing faces out towards Municipal Boulevard. What's the size of that boulevard? How deep is that? I mean, I couldn't tell from the survey and the site plan.
The survey is quite old.
The reason I'm asking, I appreciate you have a side yard setback issue, but the distance from the road and the
Yeah, it's
intervening
quite a lot.
boulevard is grass, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of grass. I don't have the exact measurements in front of me, but I'm looking at it on Google Maps, the street view, and Mortimer. Sure, it looks close to about around 10 to 11 feet, around there, from Donmore onwards. If you, yeah, that is quite a bit of grass, soft landscaping there.
And are you
That's like-
planning, I see forestry has weighed in. Are you keeping those trees that are on the boulevard there?
Yeah, we will be keeping those trees, correct. Yeah, they won't, the trees won't be taken down. Definitely not.
Thank you.
Yim,
Thank you so much.
Yim, you have a question? Yim, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, you're muted, Yim.
I want to mention to Larry, if you look at the Google map, the green space is about a car length. Yeah. And then
Yeah,
there's
it's about
the
10.
sidewalk.
Yeah, thanks. And I see that they're planning to keep, or proposing to keep the garage, an integrated garage in the middle.
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions? All right, do we have any comments, or do we have a motion?
Chair, I'm happy to start on this one. First off, I just wanted to thank and acknowledge the Brazeaus. The report that they submitted was a 10-page report. It was very thorough, very thoughtful, a lot of information, and it was very helpful. I'm not sure I've seen a resident submit that comprehensive report in the last couple of years. So kudos to you for all the effort and work that went into preparing that report. Having said that, I appreciate that this proposal is generating a lot of concern in the neighborhood, but it really isn't that dramatic in terms of the variances that are before us. It is a corner lot, so it is set back. The applicant has reduced the variances, reduced the length, and subsequently the FSI and coverage, which I think is commendable. There's no height variance, there's no length variance. It is currently, I mean, we can't predict what the future use is, but it's currently being used to house a single household or single family, or a extended family, pardon me. They're going to retain the trees. It is introducing density into a neighborhood. I think that the design isn't that inconsistent. There's a couple houses on Mortimer which are similarly large. I don't think it would be dramatically out of character. I think, again, the fact that it's a corner lot, I think, reduces the impact visually on the neighborhood. I personally think that this is a supportable application.
Yes, Yim?
Yes, I just want to add in a comment. I have read all through the report in opposition, and also the list of petitions in oppositions, and I was hoping to hear the actual impact to these other people who are in oppositions actually. And other than, I think there's the backyard setback is less than the 7.5 meter, which I mean that is the one of variance that might create a negative impact on the neighbor. Other than that, all these other oppositions, I'm looking for some actual impact to other people. So I did not see that, and I agree to Larry. This is a corner lot, and this is like about 10 feet of green space in front of the house, and there's a boulevard. And there, I look around. There are actually houses that size. Look right close by. So I did not see the solid examples of negative impact. So I'm also in support of this application, given that no one came up to tell me more of the negative impact.
Thank you, Yim. Zahir?
Thank you, Chair. I think I concur with both my colleagues. I think what's notable as well is the fact that it's a corner lot, then the entrances to each unit, because I suspect in the long term these may well become rental units and not a single family, multi-generational family. But given that the entrances to each unit face the street, not at the front, so I think they're not going to be a problem in the long term. I think Larry raised a good question about the air conditioning units, and I think for the agent, one perhaps possible solution is to move the AC units as close to the street side, away from the abutting neighbor, to minimize any noise impact on that side. I was concerned initially with the FSI because it seemed to be a bit of a massing issue, but I think all told, I think it's as an amended application, I think it's an acceptable piece.
Thank you, Zahir. Did we have a motion? Larry?
Sure, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to make a motion on this one. I'm going to move approval of this application. There is a series of conditions. Forestry, number one, planning has a condition tying it to plans, or the revised plans. I'd also like to do two things. I want to make sure that there's an appropriate privacy fence in the rear yard, so I'm going to Sabrina, do we have height for that kind of a fence or not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they'd have to go through the fence bylaw.
Okay. Should I just leave that alone then? Okay, because it would be dealt with through the fence bylaw. But I do want to put a condition in with respect to noise attenuation regarding the air conditioning units. If condition that those 3 units be shielded with sound attenuation material. I don't think we can, the reason I don't know if we can move it to here is that planning staff wants to tie it to the site plan. The site plan has them as illustrated, so let's just deal with the noise more than anything, okay? So that's my motion.
All right, seconder? Yes, Yim. All in favor? Have your approval? Thank you.
And that would be as amended.
Yes, thank you.
Number 2, 2 Stinson Circle. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 1-story detached dwelling by constructing 2-story additions at the rear and east side of the dwelling, a complete 2nd-story addition with a rear balcony, raised ground floor decks at the rear and west side of the dwelling, a covered front porch, an integral garage, and an oversized driveway. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, staff reports from Urban Forestry, ravine and natural feature protection from Urban Forestry as well, and Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. We have 7 signature form letter in support from properties on Stinson Circle and Parkview Hill Crescent. Mr. Mastandrea, pardon me.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ensure that anyone here in person is not here to speak to item number 2. See none. Leo, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Mastandrea, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you? Yes, hi. My name is Leo Mastandrea. I am the agent for the owners at 2 Stinson Circle.
Okay.
And
what's your address,
yep,
sir, for the record?
817 Cosburn.
Okay, thank you. There's no opposition here or online, so and the application's reasonably straightforward. We're going to take it into committee. Is there anything you want to say particularly about the shoreline hazard or the stable top of bank?
Actually, we don't need that variance anymore. That was prior to us getting our geotechnical report. So we are nowhere near the shoreline hazard limit. So that variance could be removed.
That's
or it could be variance number 1.
Yes.
We do have approval from TRCA. We spent a long time dealing with them prior to coming to zoning, and I believe our other variances are all consistent with what's been approved in the area. And we did speak to all our neighbors, and everybody doesn't seem to have any issues. And planning has no concerns, and we do agree with the all the conditions.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions?
Leo, so does that mean you don't owe the TRCA $660?
I believe we paid them because regardless if it's a condition or not, we still have to pay them to get our permit, but we did pay them.
So should we include that condition in if we decide to approve it?
I don't think it's necessary, but whatever you choose to do, I'm okay with.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would err on the side of caution, and if you are to approve this application, include it as a condition, and then TRCA will just confirm that the fees have been paid. Not to say that Leo didn't pay it, but just so it's on record. Thank you.
Yeah, either way, it's fine.
Okay. Yim, you have a question?
No, I don't have a question, but I sort of, can we actually do that? Put it a condition that someone have to pay some fees? I don't know. It sounds a little bit strange to me. That's.
Wow.
TRCA has submitted a report with instructions that if the committee is to approve, that this would be the condition.
Oh, okay. So maybe we will just include the TRCA, but not. Yeah. Okay. I see. All right. I understand. So other than that, I don't have any problem with this application because they have a very large lot, and I don't think the new addition will really create any negative impact.
So would you make a motion, Yim?
Opinion. Okay, I'd like to make a motion with the deleting variance number 1, and also with the forestry condition number 2. And also the ravine natural feature protection condition number 1, and the TRCA condition.
Chair, may I just ask a question?
Yes.
Yim, would you be able to, and I should have asked Mr. Mastrandrea this question about the very large driveway, where the permeable materials would be appropriate, given the location of this lot as well.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea because I was looking at it. I was a little bit concerned with the width too. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. So another condition is to use permeable material for the driveway.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
I'll second that, Chair.
So here, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 3. Too many screens here. Number 3, 42 Ulster Street. Purpose of the application to alter the existing 2-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear second-story deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from planning. We have a 16-signature petition in support from properties on Ulster Street. We have opposition from 40 and 44 Ulster Street. Amy Powell.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
My address is Unit A, 202 8th Avenue in New Tecumseh.
All right, can we just have your name for the record?
Oh, sorry, my name is Amy Powell.
Okay. All right, so there is opposition. Could you give us a brief presentation, please?
Absolutely, thank you, Mr. Chair. If staff would be kind enough to just pull up the minor variance sketch. It was submitted under the date of March 21st. It's that perfect. Thank you so much to staff. So I'll begin with my presentation and just with this visual that's before you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members, members of the public, and staff in attendance. My name is Amy Powell, and I'm a registered professional planner, as well as the Chief Planning Officer for Powell Planning and Associates, the planning consultant acting on behalf of the landowner, Mr. Kerry Wong, for the lands located at 42 Ulster Street, under application A0286-23TEY. The subject application is seeking relief from the City of Toronto's zoning bylaw 596-2013 for the rear yard encroachment standard to permit the development of a second-story rear yard deck. In order to not duplicate the extent of the materials submitted to the committee and staff, I would like to summarize the material matters that are before the committee this morning for your consideration while addressing some of the points of opposition. The ask before the committee today is to provide relief in the amount of 0.6 meters from the 1.5 meter permitted rear yard encroachment standard to allow for a second-story deck of 2.1 meters in depth. There is currently a 3-meter encroachment made up of the existing dwelling into the 7.5 meter rear yard. The existing backyard's depth is approximately 4.5 meters. Again, it's as the result of the existing house that was built prior to the current day rear yard standard of 7.5 meters. So with the construction of the proposed second-story deck, the remaining ground floor rear yard depth would be 4.5 meters, and the second-story deck would then encroach a total of 2.1 meters, which is 3.5 meters above grade. So although it was noted that no other rear yard decks exist in this corridor, they do exist along the street. They are a permitted, common, regulated, desirable, and highly accessible form of outdoor amenity space in the neighborhood and the city. People are encouraged to be more creative with their living spaces, as in the case of the City of Toronto, which fosters laneway housing, where the argument of privacy is not one that aligns with the need to provide diversified housing stock. Privacy is not being negatively impacted from a second-story deck, as these uses are permitted use in the zone, and privacy screening can be afforded to address same. The sheer built form of townhouses generally lends to a reduced level of privacy, as there are common party walls inherent to its design. In particular, the subject dwelling protrudes beyond the rear wall of one of its immediate neighbors, which arguably offers more privacy than housing and rear yard amenity space that stands flush. The application of the 4 tests of a minor variance conclude that this application's proposal, overall from a quantitative and qualitative impact, considers the as-built condition and is minor in nature and quite compatible for the site as well as the surrounding neighborhood. The city does not regulate shadows for heights of this particular context. Therefore, shadows and the notion of blocking light is not really applicable to this file. If we solely relied on precedents to determine built form, there would be no advancement of same, no creativity, and perhaps no examples of townhouses from the once predominant single-story, single-detached house. The subject dwelling exists in a built form that should not preclude it from benefiting from enhanced outdoor amenity space that only really requires minor consideration and relief. The pre-existing dwelling was constructed prior to the bylaw 2013 standards, and pre-existing structures do not sterilize the lands or the ability to seek amendments or new development from taking place. It is our understanding that city staff, alongside 16 other neighboring residents, support this application as conveyed to the committee. This indicates that the neighborhood is open to change, respects the landowner's ability to be creative and enjoy their own private space to its highest and respectable scale best use, while diversifying the neighborhood and adding life as well as increased safety measures to laneways. In conclusion, I ask the committee to consider the contextual circumstance presented through this application, where a ground floor backyard depth will remain and a second-story encroachment that is minor in nature for permitted use is being sought. I thank staff for their time and thoroughness in the review of this application, and I thank the committee for affording me the opportunity to be here before you this morning to summarize the application and address the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Yes, Larry.
A quick one, Chair, if I might. I'm just on Street View looking in behind your structure, your property on the lane. Is there a sort of a one-story covered patio already back there? It looks like it from the view. The reason I'm asking, I'm trying to get a context for how your proposed deck would relate to the depth of that covered structure.
So the best of my understanding, the landowners confirm that the backyard is just covered with dirt right now. There isn't an elevated patio.
Oh, okay. I must have the wrong house then, because it looks like there's a covered, like a roof over top of a patio.
So there's no existing patio to the rear.
Okay.
It's just ground floor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Sahir.
Just a quick question. I'm looking again at, thank goodness for Google Street View. I'm looking at a plan image of 42 Ulster, and I don't know how old this is, but it looks like it extends a fair bit beyond both abutting neighbors on either side. So that would remain, if that's correct, if that's what currently exists. I imagine that the deck is going to be protruding beyond that point. Would that be correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct to the committee member, yes. So the subject house does extend 3 meters beyond what the existing zoning permits. It's an as-built structure, but you're correct. There is definitely an offset for the rear wall of the subject residence in comparison to its neighbors.
And so the deck would be a little bit beyond that by, I forget what the depth of the deck is, but it'll go beyond that and have overlook on both neighbors to the east and west.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. The deck would extend to an additional depth of 2.1 meters, and being a second-story elevation. Yes, the sight lines would be over the backyards, but not over the internal living space, which I believed was a positive attribute of this design, because the further setback you are is the less you can see kind of behind you. The landowner is very cognizant of the privacy concerns, and they're willing to do the board-on-board privacy screening to assist with privacy issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Medeiros.
Through you, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, before we get to David, I just want to ensure anyone here in person today is not speaking to item 3. See none? Okay, David.
Yes, my name is David Medeiros. I'm a direct neighbor for Carrie. I'm living at 44 Ulster Street. This directly impacts both myself and Mark on the other side of the house. We do have fences for some privacy. However, if this deck is built, it will be above our fence and will enable anyone that's standing on that balcony or deck to peer over to our yard. And that kind of takes it's encroaching in our into our privacy a little bit. If I'm out there barbecuing or with my motorcycle or something, they can just peer and have a look at the backyard, and it kind of takes away the little privacy that we do have back there. And I do know that he does have, it's a 2-story dwelling. At first when I was approached, it was actually by the other neighbor. He mentioned that Carrie did want to build a deck. I was under the impression he was going to build the deck on top of at the rooftop of the second floor, or the second story. However, that wasn't the case. I just found out with the mailing that he was actually going to build out onto the first floor, which indeed does peer over our backyards, both mine and Mark's. I was just wondering, has an inspector actually been out there to look at the property to see if what it would look like, and perhaps there was no inspection made, because it's pretty obvious that it will peer over both our yards. The signatures which were made by neighbors, I believe, I'm not sure if Mark was the other neighbor, but I know I wasn't approached by Carrie for any signature. Although all the other neighbors have signed, I guess, but they're not really directly impacted by this deck that's being built, and that's pretty much it.
Yen?
I have a question. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I ask the question?
Yes, please.
To this speaker. Yeah, you are at number 40, right? Or
44.
44, okay. Yeah, I just want, I don't know, I see some views there of the backyard. I see some examples of rooftop decks, but can you tell me actually the examples of first floor decks? Any other decks that?
Yeah, there
I
are
don't see
quite a
any.
few.
The
Yeah, there are
first
quite a
floor-
few. I'm sorry.
What I mean is, I see some examples of roof deck on the roof deck, but I do not see too many of the first floor, just second floor deck. Can you? Is that true that most of them are only just rooftop decks rather than this second floor decks?
Correct. Yeah, there are plenty of rooftop decks, but that's exactly what they are. They are rooftops. They didn't extend outward into their backyard. At first, I had thought it was going to be a rooftop deck, just like some other neighbors here that have done that. However, this is not the case. When I saw the plans, it's when I saw for the first time that he was intending on expanding out into his backyard.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be a first for the neighborhood. No one's ever done that.
That's the question. That's my question. Yeah, it will be. It's not a usual height. This one. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, correct.
So, Mr. Medeiros, if Mr. Wong decided to change his plans and do a rooftop deck, would that be any less impactful on your property in terms of oversight?
Yeah. If it's a rooftop deck, I don't have any problem with that. It would be a lot better. It wouldn't really encroach in our privacy at the back there. Definitely.
Well, I don't quite understand why it wouldn't. Is your house the same depth as Mr. Wong's, or is it a little shorter?
They're a little bit different because the houses are kind of like on a diagonal, so they do differ. I know if it is a rooftop deck, you wouldn't exactly be peering into the backyard, as opposed to building an actual deck on that first level, for the second level rather, looking into our property and our neighbor's property as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Redinger?
Hello? Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Can we have your name and address for the record, sir?
Yes, I can't see I can't see my video on the screen. This is on the dial-in. Is that coming up or maybe you can see me?
Hello, Mark. No, we can't see you. It's okay. You can continue speaking. We can hear you.
Okay, so I do have exhibits to my presentation. I assume you'll bring them up, although I won't be able to see them.
Yes, we will bring them up now.
Okay, perfect. So if you could just turn to Exhibit A. Members of the committee, my name is Mark Redinger. I'm the owner of 40 Ulster, the property immediately abutting the subject site. I live at 40 Ulster with my 3 young children and my wife. We've been resident at that house since 2011. I'm opposing the proposed variance as it does not satisfy the Planning Act and will severely impact my family's use and enjoyment of our property. As the committee is aware, we are a series of 5 row houses set on relatively small lots in downtown Toronto. Our property is only 16 by 90 feet deep, and the open space afforded by our backyard is a precious asset. There is no side setback between the homes because they're row houses. The proposed elevated deck that Mr. Wong wants to construct will look directly into our home and our backyard, and will have sight lines directly into our rear-facing windows. In my case, that's my daughter's bedroom. The proposal sets a bad precedent for the area and is inconsistent with existing structure. Our letter of objection is on file with the committee. I don't propose to recite it in full here, but I would like to draw your attention to a few points. The proposed platform is not consistent with the character of the neighborhood. Mr. Wong's platform represents an entirely new form of elevated deck on our block and in the surrounding areas. As Ms. Yim mentioned, there are no other examples of decks of this nature. All the other decks in the area, if you look at my Exhibit A, are decks that were placed on top of existing structures. To the chair's question, I think the point about oversight is a valid one, although if you look at the existing decks that are constructed, they're all constructed with privacy screens, which would greatly reduce the ability of someone to peer over rooftop patios into our backyard. I, like Mr. Medeiros, would be completely supportive of Mr. Wong if he wanted to build that type of structure on top of his existing house. If I could turn to Exhibit B. The intention of the bylaw is clearly to encourage homes to have outdoor space and to maintain a reasonable level of privacy in constricted spaces. I understand we do live in downtown Toronto. There is not a lot of privacy afforded. But if you can see in my Exhibit B images from my side yard, Mr. Wong's house already extends significantly beyond the length of our existing homes due to the existing structure. With the as-built proposed deck, he will have a further encroachment and further ability to view our property. It's not merely a simple deck; it's a platform that's extending well into his rear yard. And the result is that I'll feel like a fish in a bowl, which I'm sure is not his intention. My third point would be that, despite assurances of the contrary, this is not a minor variance. This is actually a significant variance with significant consequences down the road. Mr. Wong's backyard is only 14 feet long. This deck will protrude 7 feet into that backyard, effectively making the remaining 7 feet useless. You can foresee an additional argument being made by the applicant down the road to extend the existing deck the remaining 7 feet to the lot line because the remaining space is not functionally useful. It would be an unfortunate precedent if backyards in our area were covered over with decks like this generally. Just a note in respect to the petition, I know the chair mentioned, and as my friend mentioned as well, the petition is on a standard form. It was circulated to members on the street. It was not circulated to David or myself, obviously. But the petition, the people supporting the petition have no direct effect by this application. Given the structure that Mr. Wong proposes to construct, the only affected parties are really David and myself, and of course he didn't approach us. Many thanks for your time. I hope the committee concludes that the variance is not consistent with the Planning Act and should be rejected or modified to address our concerns. Again, I would be happy to work with Mr. Wong to develop a proposal that I would be, eager to support.
Any questions, panel? Okay. Ms. Powell?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just for the ability to add some context. So I have the landowner here available on text if he's not available to speak to the committee directly. But he has confirmed that this deck was inspired by other second-story decks in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to add that point of clarification that there are existing second-story decks in the neighborhood and on the street. That's just my point of clarification. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee again.
So, Ms. Powell, I know that you mentioned Mr. Redinger was concerned about the fact that this deck would look directly into his daughter's bedroom. And I think you addressed that issue, but perhaps you could just return to it and give us what you said before again, so in rebuttal to Mr. Redinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the ability to address that point of opposition. I think it's the design that really hinders kind of a look back at the existing structures, right? There was a very nice photo that showed kind of how much this deck or the existing house really does extend beyond the rear wall of the neighboring residence, which would make it quite challenging, I believe, to look not only back at that house, but back and inside, especially for windows. Like where privacy is a concern, the landowner and I have been in close contact, even listening through this hearing to state that he is not adverse by any means to working with the neighboring landowners, for board-on-board fencing, similar to what you see from this photo here with the rear yard fencing. I do believe that this is a very common use in the city of Toronto, and privacy is achieved through a number of different mechanisms, and the landowner is absolutely willing to ensure privacy can be achieved through this very suitable and contextually appropriate addition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Panel, any further questions? Yes, here.
Just to the agent, you mentioned that the owner's basing his proposal on the fact that there may be other second-story decks like this in the neighborhood, but I'm looking at the laneway image from Google, and there only appears to be one possible structure, but that's at the end of the lane. I'm not quite sure what direction. I think this might be on the west end, where it looks like it's a commercial structure. I don't see any other second-story decks. There's one at number 50. I think it's number 50, but it's set back, not as far as your structure protrudes, because your structure already, if I'm not mistaken, it's the red brick extension at the back. It already extends beyond both your neighbors' properties. So it looks like the intrusion privacy issue for your neighbors is not imagined. It's quite real. And the idea of stacking board on board just imprisons your neighbor, but more rather than restricting the view from the balcony or the deck that is proposed. Any thoughts?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee member. So this photo here well shows that there are second-story amenity spaces. Again, the landowner is willing to work with the neighboring residents to determine what level of privacy is suitable. Because there is such a far rear yard intrusion, it removes this structure from the subject neighboring property owner's internal living space. And as we know, backyards are subject to pools, they're subject to various uses where, privacy is somewhat compromised, right? It's still within the right to make amendments, but as the landowner is willing and able to work alongside their neighboring residents to see what level of privacy is suitable so that they don't feel kind of encased through board on board. That comment was made just to offer a willingness to provide the highest form of privacy, but I think that's a negotiation and a compromise that would be achieved through the landowner, who again, perhaps, so he did as well provide comment that he did approach both landowners. They weren't home at the time of his visit to collect signatures, but he was looking to, canvass the community to see what support there was as well for this application. And as the two neighboring landowners have indicated, they're not in support, but it doesn't mean it's a communication breakdown. He's willing to discuss again what privacy measures and structural measures can be taken to meet that that happy medium. So thank you again for the ability to address that point of opposition.
Right. Any further questions, panel? Okay, let's go. Any comments? Do we have a motion?
Maybe I'll take a stab at this one, Chair.
Go ahead, sit here.
I take to heart the comments made by both neighbors, abutting neighbors to this proposed site, the deck. I just think it is a little over the top, literally speaking and figuratively. The example given of the second-story deck further down the laneway at number 50, I believe, only extends as far as the current structure that this agent's property has. So I don't think this is an appropriate deck to be placing. It's a very small property. There are decks in other areas, yes, but this property is extremely small and certainly will be an intrusion, I think, for both neighbors. I'd like to vote to refuse.
Okay.
Can I?
Yim?
Yeah, I was actually waiting to make a comment first. I noticed this, if you allow this, is actually destroying the whole character of both neighbors of the backyard. The reason is then their addition is already beyond the backyard setback. So if you look at the variance, it allowed to project into a required setback only 1.5 meter, but this structure will project over 5 meter, which means that it is a large variance, even in terms of number. But in terms of impact,
Yim, that's,
yeah.
well, it
Sorry.
encroaches there, but the deck is only a further encroachment of 2.1 meters. The other is existing, the other part of
Yes,
that
that's what
511.
that's what my point is. That's what my point is. It actually means that this is actually is already very deep. That means that they do not have they have only very small backyard setback, right? So what I mean is, in this site, whether it's appropriate to actually add another deck to extend this length. And also, that's only in numbers, in the context. I think that because they have all of these have very small backyard, and I think that you're really taking away the there's too much impact for the next door, those next door neighbors. It's entirely different. They will be all boxed in, right? And I do not think that it is a good idea. I think the rooftop deck might work because the building is always extended so far out. And then if it's roof deck, it's probably the side line and it's further away, and it's got more openness to both sides. So I will not support this either, for given that.
Okay, Larry?
Thanks, Chair. A couple of observations. First of all, the other two second-story decks that are on this section of the laneway are over existing one-story additions, and they are in fact set back. I mean, the extent of those second-story decks don't exceed basically what the depth of this house is. I would also just make the observation that from the floor plans, this would be a deck that would serve a living, basically a great room, a living room, a kitchen, and an area that's going to be fairly actively used relative to a bedroom, for example. I tend to agree that this, we look at these things in context. In the context of this particular site, I think that a deck of this nature would in fact have an adverse impact on particularly the abutting neighbors on both sides. There are other alternatives, as we've mentioned. I think that maybe an alternative solution might be something the applicant might want to consider. So I too, I don't think I can support this one.
All right, so can we have a motion? Yes, here.
I'd like to move to refuse this application, Chair.
Yim, you second that? All in favor? All right, application is refused. Number 4, 330 Coxwell Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 1 1/2 story detached dwelling by reconstructing the basement, ground, and second-story floors. Also to construct a complete second-story addition with a front integral garage, a front covered porch, a side north basement walkout, a rear ground floor deck, and front and rear second-story balconies. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, and we have staff reports from Urban Forestry and from Planning. Oh, pardon me, and from Planning Department of the TTC. Imran Khan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, before we get to Imran, I just want to ensure that anyone here in person is not speaking on item number 4. See none. Imran?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, good morning. This is Imran Khan. I am the agent and architect for this proposal on behalf of the owner. My address is 1906 Parkside Drive, Pickering, Ontario L1V3N5. This is the proposal already mentioned by our chairperson. We have 5 variances. All our variances are minor in nature. First one is for the main wall, front main wall. That is permitted maximum 7.5. We are asking 7.95, only 0.45 meter more than the permitted. Then the second one for the building depth, that is 17 meter permitted. We are asking for 19.74 meter. This we consider also minor with respect to that this neighborhood. And the third one for the floor space index, we have the permitted 1.0 times of the lot. We are asking 1.15 times of the lot. That is only 0.15 times of the lot more than the permitted. And the third one is for the roof eaves. That is permitted closer to the property, maximum 3.3 meter. Whereas we are asking for 0.15 meter, that is also in our consideration minor in nature. The last one is the front yard setback, that is permitted 4.83 meter. We are asking 3.19 meter. So in our consideration with this proposal, we are just trying to build a house alteration, adding and alterating the existing house to livable for the owner himself, and it's very much compatible with the neighborhood, and we are asking for the approval on this application by this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Yes, Larry?
Just a quick one. You've seen the TTC staff report?
Yeah, I see.
There's no is that because of the proposed Ontario line, or is that, like, what is
they're asking for,
what's the TTC facility?
They're asking for the clearance before the building permit. They will review after this committee approval. They will review from their department, and after their clearance, we can apply for the building permit.
No, I understand that. I'm just looking for clarification of what the TTC asset is that they're concerned about. Their letter doesn't make reference to what it is.
Yeah, it's not mentioned that much detail.
Is it? I presume it's the Ontario line because there's no subway over there. Is that your understanding? It's the Ontario line?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so do we have any comments? Do we have a motion? Sit here.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a fairly straightforward application, and all the variances requested are indeed mine in nature. I would like to add a condition to the second floor rear balcony that there be privacy screening on the north and south sides to 1.5 meters. And of course, there's forestry number 2 and the TTC information package.
Which is a condition, is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay. Seconder, Larry? Sure. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 5. (577) Wellington Street West. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story building by constructing 3rd and 4th story additions with a rear 3rd story roof deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have staff reports from transportation and from city planning. We have a 1-signature petition in support from 581 Wellington, and we have correspondence in opposition from many from 60 Bathurst Street, 64 Niagara Street, 62 Niagara Street, many from 62 Niagara Street and 60 Niagara Street, and 64. And the list goes on. And from the Niagara neighborhood community. Okay. Daniel de Gregorio.
Perfect. Thank you. Through the chair, the applicant has chosen to request a deferral.
Could you just
Oh,
give us your
name and address, yeah.
for the record, please?
Daniel DeGiorgio, agent for 577 Wellington, 88 Comey Road.
Okay, so you want to, your client wants a deferral?
Yes, we are requesting deferral. We actually had to make a change to the site plan at the request of city planning. Furthermore, you'll notice that the opposition came relatively late. I believe there was some issues with respect to adjacent residents getting notification on the file. I think it would be prudent for us to get deferral on that basis as well, so we have an opportunity to meet with these residents and alleviate some of the confusion associated with this file. So we are respectfully requesting deferral through the chair. I believe the August 16th committee date is the date that staff is amenable to giving us.
Wow, yeah. Okay. All right.
So the planning's concern was your front yard?
There was some concern with respect to the parking on the boulevard and the existing streetscape. If you look at those properties, there's 4 adjacent commercial properties, and there's not much streetscape there, so we've reached, I don't want to call it a settlement, but the applicant's willing to exchange 2 parking spaces to make the streetscape a little more appealing for the residents in the neighborhood and city planning.
Okay. So you're talking about soft landscaping?
Correct, and the addition of a natural stone planter, some permeable pavers, et cetera.
Yeah, because it's all just flat.
Correct, it's all
driveway
asphalt.
right now, or all 4 buildings?
All 4 buildings, just, and it's become sort of a parking lot,
Yeah.
I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, are any of the opposition present in person? Yes, sir? Do you have your name and your address, sir?
Do you want me to set up the?
Yes.
Yeah.
Could I add one more thing prior to the gentleman taking the seat?
Yeah.
Just if we can clarify on the application information center, I'm not sure if it's there, that it's an existing legal, non-conforming
Yeah,
2-story
no.
commercial building, and it's an expansion to that use, because I believe some of the opposition letters were
No,
trying
I
to discern
understand
whether
that,
it was
but
residential or commercial addition. It's
We're not-
commercial.
we're not dealing with the merits of.
Agreed,
case.
agreed.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree that some of the opposition didn't understand that.
I just want to make sure it is
Yeah.
online so they're aware. Thank
Okay.
you. I appreciate that, Mr. Chair and members.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, would you come forward, please? So can we
Yes,
have your
thank-
name?
thank you,
your
Mr. Chair.
Name and your address.
My name is Robert Spence, S-P-E-N-C-E. The address is 62 Niagara, Suite 320.
Okay, and so we're only dealing at this time with the deferral.
Yes,
And so do you, are you agreeable to a deferral?
not opposed to the deferral, but there is a procedural issue that was alluded to by the previous gentleman. You'll note that the letters of objection were all filed basically right at the deadline for filing objections. And the reason for that was nobody received notice of this committee hearing date. I had communicated with, I believe it was the secretary of the Committee of Adjustment, and I was told that notices were sent to the management company of 60 Bathurst, 60, 62, and 64 Niagara, but nobody received any notices. Furthermore, the notice that was posted on the building did not appear. I'm not pointing a finger at anybody. That notice did not appear until July the 11th. So there's a concern that the people who put their objections to the Committee of Adjustment were only those people who were able to scramble at the last minute to get a letter to the committee. We want to ensure that if this is being deferred to another date, that notice will in fact be sent out and that a notice will be posted, in fact, on the building when it's required to be posted.
All right, so the notices are sent out in accordance with the law and our policy. The posting inside your facility, if it only gets to the manager of the facility, is not our responsibility. We have a certain time to send it out, and we don't know when he posts it, but it seems to have gotten to a lot of people because we have an awful lot of opposition here, and people wrote in. So I think people were well informed, despite the fact it may have come a little late.
So if I might, Mr. Chair, the only reason that it came to the notice of the management building was that one of the residents passed by 577 Wellington, took a photograph of the notice, sent it to the management office, and the management office said, "We've never received this," and sent it out to all of the residents. And that's why the objections that were actually sent in were not sent in until essentially the deadline.
Well, thank you, sir. The Deputy Secretary Treasurer is here. She'll make note of your objection, and we'll try to do our best to make sure everybody's notified.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Mr.
So,
Chair, we'll get to the other speakers
So
virtually.
John Davidson?
Line.
Yeah, Mr. Davidson.
Hello.
Can we have your name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is John Davidson. My address is 590 Wellington Street West.
Do you have any objection to the deferral?
I have no objection to the deferral.
All right, thank you very much.
you.
Grace Tyone?
Grace, you've been unmuted.
Hello. Thank you. This is my first time to this online, so
All right, can we have your name and address, please?
sure. It's Grace Tiono, and it's 60 Bathurst Street.
Okay, do you have any objection to the deferral?
Partial, because only if the deferral is given in proper notice for the next time, but there's a lot of participants here that have made time out of their schedule because we are here to hear more about this, and we understand it's a commercial project, but it really affects our place.
All right.
And homes.
Well, we're not dealing with the merits, and the applicant will be contacting, we understand the applicant will be contacting people in your building and adjacent buildings, and will explain this further. So, and I understand you don't object to the deferral. Thank you very much. John Algen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't see him online, and he's not here in person.
Okay.
So we'll move back to the applicant. Daniel, if you can come to the podium.
Thank you. Just a minor point of clarification for the committee. It was mentioned that the sign posting on behalf of the applicant was not put up until July 11th or 10th, I believe, only because this meeting is public record. That sign was posted July 6th, and there's evidence to that effect via correspondence and the Application Information Center. So not that it changes, but I needed to get it out there just so it's on the public record for procedural fairness. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have a motion for deferral? Yes, here.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move motion to defer.
Seconder? Yim, all in favor? You have your deferral, sir. Thank you. Moving on now to number 6.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee.
Just a minute. I need to introduce this thing properly. So we're now at number 6, 142R Davenport Road. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story building by constructing a third-story addition with a rooftop covered porch and a west side roof garden terrace. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence and support on behalf of, from a person on behalf of owners and occupants of 35, 37, 41, 43, and 47 Pears Avenue. In opposition, we have a 6-signature petition in opposition from, well, I don't know, seems to be the same people, same addresses on Pears Avenue, so I'm not sure whether this is opposition or support. So we will find out. So Jason Cuttajar.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Before we get to Jason, I just want to ensure there's no one here today in person. See none? Okay. Jason, you've been unmuted.
Good morning, Chair and committee. My name is Jason Cuttajar. I live at 39 Greywind Drive. There is no opposition to this file. I'm wondering, would you like me to present, or would you prefer just do questions?
Well, I think we have a question, but if you have anything to say before I go to panel, before we take it into committee.
Okay, why don't I just do a quick presentation? I'll keep it brief.
All right, very brief.
Okay, so this is an old converted warehouse building with an existing third floor room and rooftop terrace, which is in pretty rough shape. The new owner is going to be renovating and repairing the existing building and adding a contemporary third floor room and roof. The terrace, basically the same size as what's there. We did consult with the neighbors, and they requested that we pull back the third floor terrace and part of the third floor room 0.9 meters from the property line. So the homeowner and the neighbors have made this agreement. This will not affect or increase any of the variances. So this is principally an agreement between the owner and the neighbors. We're not submitting any revised drawings or any sort. If we just go quickly through the variances, the first one is regarding the platforms. Again, this is an existing condition. So we're basically replacing what's there. And then now with this neighbor agreement, we're actually going to push it back to 0.9 meters from the property line. The second variance is just talking about the existing legal non-conforming mixed use that we are going to be continuing. So we need that variance. Item number 3 is regarding height. The numbers do seem large, but this is primarily because a unique lot. There is no front yard. And because of that, we're not using established grade calculation here. We are going to the lowest grade surrounding the property, which is to the north at the bottom of quite a big retaining wall. So that's triggering this variance. If we looked at the south face as the front and went to a typical established grade calculation, we wouldn't need this height variance. And the last one is regarding floor space index. Again, this is already an existing condition that we're just increasing that third floor space. Currently, the third floor third floor access is through a small spiral staircase. We're adding like a full upper staircase and an elevator for future accessibility. This third floor roof garden will will be their only source of green space in the future. So they'd like to be able to certainly access it. And that's about it. I'll answer any questions from the committee now.
So I have some trouble with variance number 2. I don't quite understand it. You say that there will be an expansion to the existing building, to the lawfully existing mixed-use building, but this bylaw seems to prohibit that. Does that mean it's a legal non-conforming user?
Yeah, so the building is an existing legal non-conforming mixed-use building. There is one office unit and one residential unit. We're going to be maintaining that use. And because we're expanding on this non-conforming building, we require that variance number 2.
Okay. All right. Any further questions, panel? All right. We're in committee. Someone have any comments?
Sure, Chair. Happy to start. I thought this is actually a very cool building on a very unique site, and it sounds basically like a renovation and really not a dramatic increase to what is already there. I did think I saw on the site plan that there is screening for the proposed roof garden, a 1.52 meter high privacy wall, and that's great. First, I don't think this has any real negative impact on the surrounding area. It's actually almost encircled by a lot of condominium buildings and a lot of mixed-use areas, so I don't think it's a negative on the neighborhood. The question that I would have is if they are changing the variances, then I don't think we could tie it to the plan, the site plan, and I want to make sure that the privacy screening is included. So I'm just going to suggest that we put a condition in it that privacy screening 1.5 meters high is included in the application, just to ensure that it gets constructed. I'm happy to move a motion to that effect. I will move.
Larry?
I'm sorry, Jim.
It's all around, right?
I'm sorry?
The privacy screening is, are you talking about all around, the fees, all sides?
Yeah, it looks like it already is around
Okay.
the entire perimeter. So I think we'll just replicate that.
Okay.
Well, to be fair, Chair, can we just double check with the agent on the extent of the privacy screening?
Yeah, I just wonder if it's going to be moved because they're moving back.
This is my point about these making changes to the plan, so we can't tie it to the site plan because the site plan or the rooftop plan may change.
All right, Mr. Cuttajar.
Yes, so the privacy wall is only on the south side. It is not on the north side.
Is it going to remain in its present location?
Yeah, so currently there is a privacy wall on the south side, and so we're just going to be maintaining the privacy wall only on the south side. The properties of the north are quite far down, and we have agreed with them to push the railing back another 0.9 meters. That's how we're dealing with privacy on the north side. There's a great view to the north, overlooking Ramsden Park, overlooking the treetops. So we really don't want a privacy wall on that side. And the neighbors are aware of this. So it's really just a privacy wall just on the south side.
And you have a railing?
Yes, of course, there'll be a glass guard on the north and west sides. The privacy wall on the south side is due to the fact that there are rooftop gardens on the properties to the south. So to give privacy between this property and those properties, which are at the same level.
Okay, and it looks like from the plan that you've got some shrubbery or some sort of green treatment around the perimeter?
Absolutely. So like I said, this will be their only green space. So they will definitely have some garden elements to get some greenery up there as well, and also to provide some more screening.
I'm fine with that, Chair.
All right, thank you. So can we have a motion?
I'm happy to move approval of this application, Chair, for the reasons we've talked about. And I don't think there are any conditions.
All right. Yim, do you second that? I'm sorry, Zahar, but I thought
That's okay.
Yim had her hand up first. Okay, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 7, 3385 Dundas Street West. Purpose of the application to expand the permitted use of units 112 and 116 located on the ground floor of a residential multiple unit building as retail store, but also permitting the use of personal service shop. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant only. Mr. Bader.
Yes, good morning, Chair and members.
Good morning. So we need your address and your
For the
name
record,
for the
Robert
record,
Bader, B-A-D-E-R. My address is 38 Albany Street. That's in Etobicoke.
Yeah. Okay, okay, so you're just changing the use of the store from retail to personal service.
Yeah, actually, we're seeking to expand the use. So there's a site-specific bylaw that's applicable to the property that was passed through the development of the property into a 7-story mixed-use condominium building. The at-grade commercial uses were restricted to retail store, and we want to expand those uses to include personal service shop as well as retail store, which was originally provided.
Okay, thank you. Panel, this is very straightforward. Yim?
Yeah, I think so. I think personal service and retail are compatible anyway. So I move for approval with no conditions here.
All right, Larry, you second that?
Sure.
All in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks kindly, Chair and members.
See people here. Number 8, 897 Greenwood Avenue. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a partial front 1-story addition, porch enclosure, and to relocate the existing front porch stairs. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Andrew Tehan.
Good morning, all. My name is Andrew Tehan. My address is 897 Greenwood Avenue, and I'm the homeowner.
Okay, so I don't think, sir, that we need a presentation. This seems fairly straightforward. Do you have anything you want to say before I take it into committee?
No, happy to answer any questions. I think, as you say, it's straightforward. The plan that we submitted shows our front door opens into the living room. We're looking to enclose a small portion of our porch to have a place to hang the kids' coats and keep boots, that sort of thing.
All right, thank you. Any questions, panel, or do we have a motion? Yes, Zahir.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a motion to approve, no conditions attached. This is indeed very minor.
All right, we have a seconder, Yim. Number 9, 28 Melville Avenue. The purpose of the application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition with a rear balcony, also to construct a rear ground level deck. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant only. Mr. Singh.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Mr. Singh, can we have your name and address, please?
Yes, it's Harjinder Singh.
And your address?
The project address is 28 Melville Avenue, and my address would be 2355 Derry Road East. That's Mississauga.
All right, thank you. It seems straightforward, relatively straightforward. I'm going to take it into committee. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
Yes, according to the application that we have submitted, so we would like to take the variance only for the points 3 and 4. That's the permitted maximum height of the building or structure is 10 meters and the proposed height is 10.5 62, and the fourth one, that's the permitted maximum floor space index. Only for these two comments, 3 and 4.
Well, we have them as 2 and 4. The height is number 2.
Oh, okay. We need it for the height and for the floor space index, sir.
Okay, so that's 2 and 3.
Yeah, just
Okay.
one moment.
Are those the only ones you need? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes, 2 and 3, yes.
Okay, so variance number 1 is asking for 35% of the backyard maintained as soft landscaping.
So all the other points that are there, we've already addressed that in our architectural drawings. And the only variance that we need right now would be for point 2, that's for the maximum permitted height. And for number 3, that's the maximum floor space index that we're exceeding by 0.99 times.
Okay, so variance number 1 and 4 you're withdrawing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, panel, any questions? Is that here?
Chair, just with regard to, I believe it's the 3rd floor, if I'm correct, it's the 3rd floor deck. Are there privacy screens currently proposed? I'm not sure if I saw it.
Yes, the 3rd floor is actually a proposed loft space that is there. So with respect to that, we have been exceeding in the proposed height as well as the proposed floor space index. And that's the reason we would like to go with only points 2 and 3 for the variance, and all the other points have been addressed to the plans.
Yeah, what I'm just saying is that you've got a proposal. The proposal talks about rear 3rd story addition with a rear balcony. So on the balcony,
yes,
that's where I'm looking at with regard to privacy screens on the east and west sides. I don't think you have them at the moment, so I'd like to add that as a condition.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, do we have a motion? Sahir?
Thank you, Chair. I'll move motion to approve the application as amended. And the only condition, I believe, is the requirement of privacy screens for the rear, pardon me, rear 3rd floor balcony on the east and west sides to a height of 1.5 meters.
All right, we have a seconder? Yes, Larry. All in favor? Have your approval, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Number 10, 34 Chestnut Park. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing an east side 2nd-story roof terrace, the existing ancillary building, a detached garage, and the yard abutting Rowanwood Avenue will be maintained and unaltered. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence in support from 35A Marlborough Avenue and 32 Chestnut Park. Correspondence and concern from 40 Chestnut Park Road. Eric Thomas.
Speaking. Good morning, panel members. My name is Eric Thomas from 357 Indian Grove. I'm the owner's authorized agent for 34 Chestnut Park. We are here for the application at hand. We've been in consultation with Heritage about the proposed design. We've approval from the adjacent neighbors at 32 Chestnut Park, and we've consulted with 40 Chestnut Park's council and have agreed to erect an opaque 1.8 meter tall privacy fence along the full extent of the east side of the proposed terrace, addressing their privacy concerns. The agreement is on file, and we're looking for the committee to add that condition to our application.
Yes. Okay, so, let's just, all right, so I think, is Mr. Cook online? I'm here. Oh, you're here. Okay, would you come up, please, sir? Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Okay, so could we have your name and address for the record, sir?
Sure. My name is Michael Cook. I'm a partner at Davies Howe. The address is 425 Adelaide Street West.
Can you just confirm that you've reached an agreement with the applicant with respect to screening?
That's correct, and I believe you have the wording of the proposed condition in both correspondence from my office and from Mr. Thomas, and so unless you want me to say any further, and if the committee is in agreement with that condition, nothing further to add.
Right. Thank you. Panel, do you have any questions, or do we have a motion? Sahir?
Thank you, Chair. I think this was fairly straightforward with the exception of the overlook issue, which now, thank goodness, and kudos to the two parties for having come to an agreement. So that would be the only condition attached. Outside of that, I'd like to move a motion to approve.
Sabrina, do we reference the document in the condition, or?
I think we say in accordance with the agreement.
Is that the way
reached
you'd like it?
between the
Okay.
parties.
Okay.
I don't know the date. Can you help us with the date, Mr. Cook?
The date
I know
of the-
it's in the file, but
I believe it's July 12th.
yeah, July 12th agreement. Okay, do we have a seconder? Yes, Larry, all in favor? You have your approval, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 11, 2 Sussex Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing building, Innis College, by constructing a 4-story addition at the northwest portion of the subject site. With this application and material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, opposition from 8 Sussex and 377 Huron Street. Nathan Flash?
Sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Just before we start the timer, I'm just making sure we have the current presentation file, which was in the very late materials folder. We made just a couple revisions to the slides. In the meantime, thanks very much. Nathan Flock with Brooke McElroy, 161 Spadina Avenue, on behalf of the University of Toronto. So thank you very much.
Before we go, can we just confirm the presentation materials we have is dated July 19th? Is that?
Yes, the little R1 in the corner is the perfect one. That's great. Thank you very much. So in terms of, we'll just address kind of the 4 tests as we go. The first question in terms of minor in nature. So we're asking for variances from the density, so the FSI, which is 0.41 above the standard 1.0. We're asking for a 4.95 meter increase in building height. We can just slide to the third slide there so that we can see these in context. And then as well as a 2.31 meter increase in height for the mechanical screening above the 17 meter as of right. You can see the location of where that variance is required in the green, and then the as of right 12 meter by the 1986 bylaw in red below. The next site plan just shows the location of the addition at the northwest corner on the next slide. And then just as we go through the elevations very quickly, you'll note that the lower line on each of the following elevations, there's going to be 5 of them. We can just go a couple seconds on each. The lower line shows the grade, which is calculated by the old bylaw, which actually sits just below the surface by about 1.5 meters from the ground floor. So just take note that the numerical heights are actually, in reality, except for on Sussex Avenue, are actually lower than what are shown here because of that calculation method. We can go through to slide 10, which is the 4 images. So in terms of the desirable and appropriate. So this addition addresses a need for active learning and community connection, shared gathering spaces, indoor and outdoor. The architecture takes a context-sensitive and human-scaled approach that incorporates traditional red brick and extensive clear glazing to really augment visual connection between active ground floor uses and activating that additional BP nickel laneway, which features bench seating and green landscaping. The improved east-west connection at the north side of the site includes seating, trees, and a wide pedestrian path that connects to the publicly accessible courtyard. And these improvements will provide beautiful and usable landscaped amenity space for the whole community, framed by high-quality architecture that's transparent and open to the public realm. The next slide, in terms of the zoning bylaw, it's intended to protect from incompatible uses and achieves appropriate heights, densities, and transitions between uses and areas. This proposed addition maintains the existing institutional university use and proposes an appropriate density and the height that includes setbacks and stepbacks that allow the building to act as a low-scale transition to other low-scale buildings in the Huron-Sussex neighborhood. The next slide, in terms of the official plan, the official plan uses the new University of Toronto St. George campus secondary plan, which has been in the works, as we all know, for many years. It includes extensive consultation and it establishes the local development policies. So this plan anticipates heights and densities that are similar or larger than those being proposed, including low-scale institutional buildings up to 24 meters in height, and mid-scale institutional buildings up to 48 meters in height, not including the mechanical penthouse. So for context, we're at 16.95 meters without the mechanical penthouse. So by maintaining and enhancing the key existing open space at the center of the site and enhancing the mid-block connection, safety, usability, and attractiveness of the laneway, this really does achieve the intent of the secondary plan and the official plan. Finally, on the last slide, we understand that the 4 tests and questions on hand, we don't want to step outside the community's jurisdiction, but we do want to acknowledge and thank a couple of residents from here on Sussex for providing comments as part of this process. The university takes these very seriously. Some of the issues raised may not be directly within the 4 tests for the committee to consider, but U of T is very committed to continuing work that actually began in 2018, working with the neighbors, with the residents organization and the community to start to address and mitigate concerns about construction during construction of the extension, as well as the long-term well-being of the neighborhood as good neighbors. A construction management plan has been crafted. So I'll just draw a note to the red note at the bottom of this timeline, which next week on Monday, there is actually a public consultation happening specifically regarding that construction management plan and the laneway. So invitations have been circulated through Innis College, through University Family Housing and St. Thomas's Church, as well as the Huron-Sussex Residents Association or organization. So we would really encourage those neighbors to please attend and provide the input. The concurrent site plan control application that's ongoing has allowed the university to work with city staff, so heritage, planning, engineering, and parks and forestry, working with any of those concerns and comments as we go. Thanks very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Right on time. Okay, any questions, panel? Okay, Megan Bontrager.
Hello, Megan, you've been unmuted. Hello, Megan, can you hear us? You've been unmuted, you can start speaking.
Is she there?
We're going to try calling you, Megan. Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps we'll go to the next speaker and then we'll try to
Yes.
attempt to get Megan
Yes.
back on the line, okay?
Dina Thorpe.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Can we have your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Dinah Thorpe. I live at 377 Huron Street.
Okay, can we have your comments?
Yeah, so I won't reiterate much from the letter that was worked on with some neighbors, but I just wanted to highlight 3 points. BP Nickel is a really, really well-used laneway in our neighborhood by pedestrians and cyclists. There's a church, there's a daycare, there's Coach House Press, and there's faculty family housing. So lots and lots of little kids around. And so our hope is for there to be a construction management plan that takes this into account.
Ms. Thorpe, these are not, construction management plan is something that the university is prepared, and there's a meeting, I'm not sure when it is, but Mr. Flash just referred to it. It's very soon. And
thank you, yes.
It's not something we are concerned with. We are only concerned with the 2 variances that are before us. We don't have jurisdiction in those other areas.
Thank you. So our only concern is around a bigger building taking longer to build. So I just wanted to note that. And then the other piece that is part of the construction management plan, but I believe is also is in your jurisdiction, please correct me if I'm wrong. So the arborist report talks about taking down trees 16 and 17 to be able to access the construction from St. George. And it is our understanding at the moment that the plan is for construction vehicles to enter on St. George and to exit on BP Nickel Lane. And we are requesting that the committee take this into consideration, that the options should be either take the trees down and enter and exit from St. George and leave the laneway as it is, which is very, very well used by lots of vulnerable users, or leave the trees and enter and exit from BP Nickel Lane. And then the only other smaller thing I have is that the neighbors would like to make sure that any lighting on the side of BP Nickel Lane of the large constructed addition will be soft, so as to not impact the neighborhood too much.
All right. Those, again, are not issues that we can deal with. However, I think Mr. Flash will indicate that they can deal with, the university will deal with those issues. Thank you very much.
Chair, can I just ask
a minute? Mr. Clay, you have a question?
Yeah, a quick question, and I'm not sure if you can answer this, but you represent homeowners on Huron Street. So my initial observation or expectation was that that was student housing. Is that strip all permanent residences, or is it rented out?
So 377, which is ours, the one house north of us, which is 381, and the one house north of them, these are all privately owned houses on Huron. And then south of us on Sussex, where there's the shared common yard, is all faculty family housing.
And on the other side of Huron?
The other side of Huron is a mix. It's mostly U of T faculty housing, some students, and some privately owned.
Okay, so you're surrounded by U of T folks.
We sure are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Megan Bontrager, have we found her?
Hi, Megan, you've been unmuted. Please try unmuting on your own device as well.
So did you try to contact her?
Yes, we did reach her, and she's in the meeting with her hand raised, but we cannot hear her.
We can't get her?
No, we
All
can't
right,
hear
so
her right now.
let's move on. Mr. Flash?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not sure that anything that's been said is really relevant to your application today, but perhaps just to put Ms. Thorpe at ease, you can indicate that those issues will be addressed?
Absolutely, yes. So in terms of the construction management plan, that's very much in draft form. And a few early conversation with the residents organization co-chairs has occurred, but that meeting on Monday is our opportunity to really hear from the wider community. And there is a lot that we're happy to make adjustments for, because we're very committed to making BP Nickel short-term and long-term very livable, and really achieve the secondary plan to have it as part of the active transportation network. So recognizing that it's very loved and well used by those residents, I think that's understood, and we're very committed to working with them to make sure that the plan addresses those concerns.
Right, thank you. Panel? Yes, Larry?
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question. I have no problem with this application generally. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the rooftop lounge and terrace. And the reason is I had frankly assumed this would be all rental accommodation surrounding your area, but it sounds like there are permanent residents there. It looks like from the plans that you are putting some sort of screening around your rooftop terrace, but can you confirm that?
Yes, I'll actually, I have the architect with me, I believe, on the line. Tony Ross from Montgomery Sizem can give us the specifications of exactly what that screening is expected to be.
Okay.
Hi, Tony, you've been unmuted.
Can the group hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Can we have your name and address, please?
Sure, Tony Ross, and 197 Spadina Avenue, Suite 301.
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah, so I'll just add a few points about the rooftop terrace. There is a new rooftop terrace proposed. It's partially because there's an existing rooftop terrace on a portion of the building that's being demolished in behind the Victorian house that has a connection to to the history of Innis College. And so it was very desirable as part of the continuation of the planning for this building to reinstate a kind of improved version of that rooftop terrace that's been sort of a long-standing part of Innis College's history. So this is a reimagined rooftop terrace that actually looks down over the newly configured Innis Green. And in a sense, it's a fourth floor kind of overlooking terrace. So it overlooks the Innis Green to the north, and it is partially screened by building to the west side, and it is screened on its south side and on its east side to just help protect from other rooftop-based spaces and make sure that the terrace space is an enjoyable place for students to enjoy.
That's great. So your expectation is there's no either overlook or is there a noise issue from the terrace?
No noise issue. It's kind of on the west side. The building and the mechanical penthouse sort of buffer the terrace from any of the residential uses that would be to the west side of the building, and the rest of Innis College is really to the south and to the east side. And of course, Robarts Library is largely to the south side. So I don't think there's any noise concerns there.
That's good.
No.
Just one last question. So is there
Sure.
There's no bar or restaurant associated with this, or it's just a amenity area, is it?
Exactly. So the rooftop terrace is purely an amenity area. There's a small indoor component for hosting events and activities and to expand the use of the outdoor space to make it kind of an indoor-outdoor space amenity that could be enjoyed for seasons. No, so there's no food or restaurant-based amenity connected with the rooftop asset. No.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Do we have any comments or a motion? Yim?
Oh, okay. Yeah. After those questions are clear out, I think the rooftop just being used by students or maybe special graduation or I do not know. But I don't think it's frequently used. So I think this is a good development. I think that to serve the need of of the university. I have no problem supporting it. So I would like to move for approval with no conditions. Oh, no, sorry, that forestry condition 1 and 2.
Yes. Seconder, Zahir, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 12, 15 Plater Boulevard. Purpose of the application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by converting the second story of the existing 2-story detached garage in the rear yard into a garden suite. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have a report from planning and opposition from 31 Plater Boulevard. Mr. Domb.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
All right, can we have your brief presentation because there is some opposition?
Yes, the owner would like to convert the second story of the existing two-story detached rear garage on a corner lot into a garden suite. I'd just like to highlight an important clarification that the proposed garden suite represents a respectful and very gentle increase in density, given the fact that the entire exterior of the proposal is existing, including the portions pertaining to the variances requested for height and angular plane. The owner is not proposing to add any massing or variances over the existing conditions. And if the structure were revised to conform to the angular plane, the proposal would be unworkable. And in this case, the intention was to be sensitive to the existing neighborhood character while helping the city's need for accessible, livable units near public transit. We have discussed the proposal with planning, and they had no concerns as per the staff reports. A revised site plan was submitted that just fixed a small error that was mislabeled, that it was showing columns where there were none. So the new set just removes the error from that plan. Overall, we feel that in context, the proposal is quite reasonable and minor in nature, and I'd be happy to answer any further questions.
Any questions, panel? Okay. Joan Pennings?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Can we have your name and address for the record, ma'am?
My name is Joan Pennings, and what else did you, 31 Plater Crescent?
Yes. Yes, okay. Go ahead. Can we have your comments?
I understand why my new neighbor would like to add an apartment to the second floor of his garage. However, I believe he hasn't fully realized the impact it will have on me. My property is Lot 880, located at 31 Plater Crescent. The first page of the plans show that garage and proposed second floor apartment is not attached to his house. Yes, it is attached to my garage and house. There is no physical space between Mr. Wright's garage and my very narrow garage. In addition, my garage is 2.64 meters wide, so the proposed apartment is 2.64 meters from my actual house. I would also like to add that there is a tendency to have more and more rental units in this family-oriented Jackman School neighborhood. For instance, across the street, there is an 8-bedroom house that is rented out to individuals, and it's not being taken care of, and it is right beside a $10 million property that is the restored house of the Plater estate. Why I believe this is a rental apartment and not a garden suite, whatever that means. It is my belief that Mr. Wright plans to rent the apartment based on a conversation my daughter Stephanie and me and Mr. Wright had on May 10. When discussing plans to redo our shared driveway, Mr. Wright stated that the apartment could be used for visitors, or he would rent it to students to generate income, and it would help with the resale value of his house. My question is, why do the plans include a washer and a dryer? I would think that visiting family or friends could use the laundry facilities in the house. If Mr. Wright doesn't rent the proposed apartment, the next owners of the home could rent it or put it out on Airbnb. which is also happening in our neighborhood. There is one person on Bayfield Crescent who is renting his house out for $2,000 a night. And sometimes there are parties of 12 people in that house. There are negative impacts on me, include financial, personal risk, and quality of life. There is no space between the proposed apartment, which is directly against my garage, which is attached to my house. If the apartment is approved, does that change the classification of my house from fully detached to semi-detached? Even if the classification isn't officially changed to semi-detached, potential future buyers would very likely perceive my house as semi-detached. The proposed apartment's north window looks directly down into my first floor and just below eye level to my second floor rooms. This, of course, reduces the privacy. There is maybe an increase in my home insurance policy. My house insurance policy does not include liability of a residence or apartment attached to my garage. It's a reasonable assumption that my house insurance will increase. Since there is no space between the proposed apartment, my garage, and home, it is reasonable to assume that if a fire breaks out in the apartment, it could easily spread to my home, endangering the occupants. All it takes is one attendant candle to start a fire. Then there is this 8-room bedroom across the street, which is occupied by students who regularly use their garage, opened as a pool hall. The proposed apartment is about 3 meters closer to my house than Mr. Wright's. Mr. Wright also has brand new windows, which are likely much more soundproof than my older ones. As I previously mentioned, as far as privacy is concerned, the north-facing window of the proposed apartment looks into my living spaces on the first and second floor. And then lastly, there is no way to ensure that my new neighbor or a future owner will not rent the proposed apartment on Airbnb in the future, which is what's happening in my neighborhood now, because there's a lot of money to be gained from this kind of rental. Summary: additional resale for my new neighbor's home will be a monthly rental income for the new apartment. Mr. Wright or a future owner could make even more income if he puts it on Airbnb. There are no benefits for me. There are only negative impacts. Increased personal risk of fire spreading, that is the one that really concerns me the most, plus increased noise and loss of privacy in my home.
All right, thank you, Ms. Penning.
Thank you.
Does anyone have a question? Larry?
Thanks, Chair. Just quickly, you mentioned the north-facing window and your concerns about that. That's an existing window, right?
Right.
The wall that actually is right between you and the proposal, there's no windows on that one? Like it's a pure brick?
It's pure brick.
It's pure brick, so there's no windows looking into what I think would be your backyard?
No.
Okay. That's great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is your daughter here?
No, she's watching on video.
Okay, but we usually only hear from one person at a address. So we won't be hearing from you. Your daughter has no presentation to make, does she?
No, she was the one who wrote this.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Dome?
Yes, just to respond, we do appreciate the neighbors' comments, and in regards to fire concerns, so that would be something that would need to be satisfied by the building code. There was a lot of focus on other rental units nearby, and that doesn't necessarily pertain to the subject property. The owner has mentioned that his intention is to use the suite as a long-term rental and not an Airbnb. And when the renovations are finished to the main house and he moves in, he also values minimal disruption, and that would inform renting the unit. And regarding the mention of privacy by the neighbor, I would highlight that the position of the windows on the neighboring dwelling are currently highly visible from the street. And there is really a negligible privacy impact from the one small window that is facing the street on the proposal on the north side. And it's also situated a bit lower than the second floor of the neighbor's dwelling. So there really won't be much change in the way of privacy there. And overall, we feel like given planning support and the fact that the variances do pertain to existing conditions, so nothing is changing in that respect, we feel the application is quite minor.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Okay, do we have any comments or motion? Yes, Yim?
Okay, I can start. I think this is, I think we can talk about the proposal on its own merits. I think that it's got a couple of good things. That first of all, it is existing structure. So in terms of massing, it will not be like creating extra negative impact. And secondly, because it's labeled as Garden Street, it's actually on a corner lot. So I think it's a good proposal to actually make use of that. So overall, I do not think this will create inconsistency or negative impact in the neighborhood. So I'm in support of this application.
Okay, yes, Larry?
Thanks, Chair. I would agree with Yim. First of all, Ms. Penning, thank you for your presentation. I think some of the concerns that you've raised, particularly the fire concern, I think can be very easily addressed through the building permit process. I think you'd be rest assured that any kind of construction would have to meet rigorous testing and regulatory approval. So I think that will be satisfy your concern about any potential fire risk. But I would agree with Yim. I particularly agree because of the site. This is, steps from Danforth and subway and amenity and retail access. This is the kinds of neighborhoods, frankly, where I think the city is trying to promote and support additional gentle intensification, bring more rental into existing established neighborhoods. And as Yim pointed out, this is a proposal that doesn't involve any exterior changes to the dwelling. It's all interior, so any kind of negative impact will be mitigated, I think, by that. So I similarly think, for a variety of reasons, this is the kind of application that is quite supportable. So I'm happy. Yim, do you want to make a motion?
Okay, but you can too. Okay, I'd like to make a motion for approval. I don't think there are any conditions.
Planning is asked to tie it to plans.
Oh, yes, that's so. Yeah, sorry, and I have my notes here. Yeah, tied to the drawings, all the elevations, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the condition.
Seconder, Larry?
Sure.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming down, Ms. Penning.
Item number 13. (186) Holborn Avenue. The purpose of the application is to convert the existing one-story detached dwelling from one unit into 2 units, one primary suite located on the first and second story, and one secondary suite located in the basement by constructing a complete second-story addition, a rear 2-story addition, a rear basement walkout, a rear ground floor deck, a front integral garage, a front covered porch, and front ground and second floor bay windows. With this application,
hello,
we have material submitted by the applicant. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry, and we have a staff report from Transportation Services and correspondence and concern with no address listed. Mr. Xiaowei.
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair and the committee. My name is Xiaowei Chen, the agent for the owner. My address is 70 Northern Crescent, Toronto. Okay. So this project is to propose a second floor over the existing house and the expansion from the rear wall. So all the 8 minor variances clearly listed in the public notice. Should I have a brief explanation for this?
Go ahead, sir. There is
Yeah.
opposition.
Okay. We have 8 variances. Number 1 is regarding the front yard setback. So proposed is 4.74. The permitted front yard setback is 5.39. Number 2 regarding the side yard setback. So we proposed 0.7 meters from the side. It is the west lot line. The permitted is 0.78. Then number 3 is regarding the building height. Our proposed is 9 meters. The permitted maximum is 8.5. Number 4, regarding the side walls, the main wall height, we proposed 8.19 meters. The bylaw is 7 meters of maximum. Number 5, regarding the FSI, we proposed 0.96. The permitted maximum floor space index is 0.75. Number 6, regarding the load coverage, so our proposed 47%. The permitted it is 35%. Number 7 is regarding the rear yard deck. So the deck includes 1.45 meters into the required rear yard setback. So bylaw it is 2.5 meters. The last one is regarding the front entrance for the second suite in basement, or the front main wall and the roof. For this one, I remember there is a new zoning amendment. It just approved in May. Now it's allowed the second entrance in the front wall for the second suite. I believe all those variances are very minor. Today, I'm going to talk about the trees. This is because Urban Forest just sent the staff report. We have 3 trees be removed. All the 3 trees are private trees. The tree number 1, it is in the front of the building. It's Colorado spruce. The condition is fair. Why we want to remove this one? Because it is nearly just in the middle of the front. Very, very hard to do the construction work in the future and to put a driveway there. So as this result, it will be gone from our proposal for the driveway. Another 2 trees are in the rear yard. The staff report didn't mention these 2 trees because this is a private tree in the rear yard. And the health condition is poor from the arborist report. Okay, that's our comments for today. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, sir. Any questions, panel? Yes, Yim?
Yes, actually, I'm concerned about the forestry condition or the recommendation. It's actually purely in their report. The tree that you're going to remove at the front is very healthy, and they recommend us to deny this application. And do you have arborist report indicating these trees are not in good conditions, contrary to the staff report?
Yes, we have the arborist report. It clearly shows the tree number 1 in the front. It is good condition.
I think that's the key tree. That's the tree that they're talking about. They, I think, do not want you to remove that or damage it. And they.
Correct.
Yeah. So what is your solution to that? Because the recommendation is to deny this application entirely.
Either way, we are going to revise the location of the garage, or we are going to discuss this issue with the urban forest department, because
do you want to have a deferral to do in order to do that?
oh, that's fine. Yeah.
So can we just confirm, if we were to adopt forestry's recommendation to deny variances 1 and 8, would you be able to proceed with your application?
1 and 8.
1 and 8 is basically the front yard setback.
Front yard setback.
And the basement walkout.
Yes. Because owner is not here, I have to discuss this proposal with owner first. I cannot make the decision because I'm the agent for today.
Had you not seen forestry's report?
I read that. I read the forest report to deny us committee to deny this proposal.
And you haven't chatted with your client about that?
My owner, my client said, oh, maybe we can adjust the floor plan or maybe flip the design something. He agrees deferral if there is no choice for today's solution.
Yes.
But for the number 8, there is a new zoning amendment. The new zoning amendment allowed there is a entrance in the front for the second suite from basement.
Agent, if I may, I think you've got a dilemma on your hands because forestry is asking for variance number 8 to be refused. Your dilemma is you're not sure what is possible as an alternative. Would a deferral be a suggestion that might be suitable for you and your client so that you can figure out what's to be done and then come back at some point?
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
Okay, so you're in favor of you're asking for a deferral at this point?
Yes, please.
Right. Thank you. Peter Mueller.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I haven't been able to reach him yet.
Okay, so we'll move on, keep trying. Jennifer Putacombe.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can we have your name and address, please?
Jennifer Puttycomb, 179 Virginia Avenue.
Okay, so we are now dealing with the applicant's request for a deferral because he has to perhaps make some changes to the plans that deal with the fact that the forestry asked us to refuse the application because of a tree.
Okay, my concerns are about the back trees. I am the property
So
behind,
we're only, Ms. Puttycombe, we're only dealing with the merits of the deferral. So are you in favor of deferral?
I am, but I just wanted to ask if the forestry did report on whether the two trees in the back were healthy or not.
Record your message.
What's going on there?
The trees will be dealt with by the applicant, or else he's not going to get, or else he's in jeopardy of not getting approval. So the application will return in a different form, likely.
But that was for the tree in the front, and I was talking about the applicant mentioned that the condition of the trees was poor, and they are actually quite healthy. So I was wondering if you had a forestry report that also talked about the rear trees?
All the forestry reports are in the file online.
Okay.
And we're just dealing with the deferral at this point. So you're in favor of a deferral?
Yes, I just thought if you wanted to hear my additional concern, he could deal with that as well.
Well, okay, thank you very much. Tamara and James DeCoates.
Hi, James, you've been unmuted.
To the lady at 179 Virginia. Our concern is about the back trees as well.
Sir, can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Oh. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can we have your name and address, please?
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Chair. James DeCoates.
All right.
184 Holborn Avenue.
Okay,
We are
so we're now, the applicant has now requested a deferral.
Yeah.
And are you in favor of a deferral?
We are.
Okay.
Just
Thank
would
you.
like to,
Can
we're provide one note?
Sir, we're not dealing with the merits of the situation. If you have concerns about the trees in the back or the front, put that on, send in your concerns online.
All right, noted.
All right, thank you. Have we found Mr. Mueller?
To you, Mr. Chair, no, he was not able to reach them.
Okay, so Mr. Cheng?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so the other parties that we are able to locate are in favor of a deferral, so I'm going to put it to panel to make a motion for a deferral.
Thank you.
All right, Yim?
Yeah, can I also add, just advise the applicant also talk to your neighbors about the trees at the rear yard. It seems that that's their concern. You can maybe have some discussion with them on top of the urban forestry department. Okay, the deferral is for that purpose, and I will move for deferral with that for that reason, those reasons.
Okay, so Zahir, you second the motion. All in favor? Have a deferral, sir. Thank you. Number 14, 155 Beloyal.
Good morning, or sorry, good afternoon, Mr.
All right, so, sir, could you just wait till I finish with or till I start my introduction? My computer doesn't like to cooperate with me here. All right, purpose of the application to permit the reduction of residential parking spaces provided within the 38-story residential building currently under review by site plan application, file number 21225918 STE 12SA. There will be a total of 442 residential units within this building. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from applicant technician for the Committee of Adjustments and Transportation Engineering, Development, Planning, and Review. Okay, Mr. McKay.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, David Mackay, registered professional planner with MHBC. representing the applicant.
And your address, sir?
7050 Western Road, Suite 230, Woodbridge, Ontario, L4L 8G7.
Okay, could you give us just a brief indication of what this is about?
Yes, so this application was proceeded through a zoning bylaw amendment application with the city that ended up through a settlement in 2021 with a bylaw being approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal in 2022. As committee is well aware, Council has directed at the end of 2022 to eliminate parking requirements and to rely upon market conditions to provide for sufficient parking. Our client is obviously looked at the marketability of the site relative to its proximity to the Davisville subway station and the various bus routes along Davisville and Mount Pleasant, and is obviously supportive the reduction. It would reduce the costs of construction as well as the unit costs for the future housing, and the proposed reduction meets their marketing requirements and is supported by a traffic study. And as noted, transportation and planning staff have no concerns with the proposal. We believe it meets the 4 tests as set out in our cover letter, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that committee may have.
Okay. Thank you, panel. Larry?
Just a quick, more out of curiosity than anything else. So you're reducing the number of parking spaces. Are you reducing the depth of your foundation as a result, or are you converting that space into something else?
No, what it does is it allows us to remove a layer and a half of parking under the new building, the proposed new building. So again, the depth of the underground garage reduces, so therefore the costs reduce. This does not affect the existing parking garage for the existing apartment building that exists on site. That parking will continue to be provided. And this is just a reduction in the resident requirement versus the visitor and accessibility. Those will be maintained in accordance with the bylaw.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm glad to see that you haven't eliminated parking entirely, because that seemed to me to be too abrupt a change.
Chief,
yes,
just a quick one. How many parking spaces will they be assuming this application is approved? Just out of curiosity again.
Sorry, I'm just going to pull up the site stats. So actually, I'll just quickly do the math. But we would be required to provide 84 spaces for the residents based on the variance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Do we have comments or a motion? Yes, Larry?
Thanks, Chair. I think this is very straightforward, and I think it does actually is consistent with Council's recent decision with respect to removal of minimums. And it is, as you say, it's good that not eliminating them entirely. I would like to move approval of this application. Don't think there are any conditions.
Okay, we have a seconder? Yes, Sahir. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 15, 154 High Park Avenue. Purpose of this application is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling by constructing front and rear covered porches, a rear second-story balcony, and a rear in-ground swimming pool. Also, to reduce the size of the existing ancillary building, detached garage into storage space in the rear yard. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, staff reports from Urban Forestry, Transportation Services, 9 form letters in support from properties on High Park Avenue, and opposition from 213 Quebec Avenue. Marco Razzolini.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. This is Marco Razzolini speaking.
Yes, can we have your address, sir?
Sure. 94 Lakeshore Road East, Unit 201, Mississauga, Ontario.
All right, thank you. And you're asking asking for deferral?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, can you just give us an idea of why?
Yeah, that's no problem. So we received a email from the planning department late last week outlining that they would not be in support of the front parking space. We are going to have to go through a redesign process with our client, and we're going through that right now. Once that's done, we'll need to submit for a new zoning review and then apply back to the committee.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion for deferral? Yes, here.
I'd like to move for a deferral, Chair.
Okay, and second, Yim, all in favor? Have your deferral, sir. Thank you. Moving on to number 16435 Sackville Street. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing three-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a new rear ground floor solarium. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and email correspondence from Heritage.
Hi.
Nilofar Soltani, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Perhaps you could tell us your name and your address, please?
No problem. Hi, my name is Nilofar Soltani. I am the agent for the owners from Cage Davis Engineering. My address is 1468 Davenport Avenue.
Okay, thank you. So this looks reasonably straightforward. I don't think we need a presentation. Is there anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
Just that the intention is to rebuild the solarium because it's not in a good shape, and we have set it back a little further than the existing. And that's it. Like the FSI and everything is basically the same as existing.
Okay, so this is not constructing a new rear solarium, it's really reconstructing or replacing?
Replacing, yeah, we're demolishing the existing and replacing it. It's a little slightly bigger, like 1 meter square bigger, and it doesn't have the curvature. It's now angled if you look at the drawings, but it's similar in the volume and size.
Okay, so it's really a new one. Okay, panel, do you have any questions? Sahir?
Oh, sorry, Chair. No questions. I was actually going to move motion.
Jim, did you have a question?
No question. I was ready to move to have a motion.
Okay, well, Sahir wanted to do it first, so go ahead, Sahir.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I do think this is very straightforward. It is basically replacing rather than something completely new. So I have no hesitation to move a motion to approve, no conditions.
All right, so Yim, did you second that motion? Okay, all in favor? Have your approval, thank you. So number 17, 123 Lippincott Street. Okay, the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a 2-story rear addition with basement, a 3rd floor rear dormer addition, a 3rd-story rooftop deck, and a 2nd-story rear Juliet balcony. Also to construct a new 1-story ancillary building, detached garage in the rear yard, the existing 1-story rear addition, rear entry, and the existing 1-story frame shed will be demolished. With this application, we have, material submitted by the applicant, 5 form letters in support from residents on Borden and Lippincott Street, and opposition from residents on Lippincott Street and Harvard Village Residents Association. Ryan Dunlop.
Hi, Ryan, you've been unmuted.
Yes, Ryan Dunlop, 600 Fleet Street in Toronto, and I am the agent for this project and representing the homeowners.
Okay, can we have a brief presentation because there is some opposition?
Yep, absolutely. If you could maybe just pull up the site plan, I can kind of give you a kind of a walkthrough of what we're looking to do here. So this the site for the project is located just northeast of College and Bathurst. The homeowners are a family of four, and obviously with home prices and rents within the city kind of getting to be out of reach for some, they're expecting that their two boys will be likely living with them for a little bit longer than anticipated after they're done school. So with that being a reality, the homeowners are seeking to get some extra space so they can all comfortably live within the house. So our proposal is pretty straightforward. We're looking to demo, as we mentioned, the existing one-story rear addition at the back of the house and construct a two-story rear addition that would closely align with the neighbor's property to the north at 125 Lippincott. The third floor, we're looking to add some additional living space by creating a dormer out to the rear with a small balcony that would have privacy screens on both sides. And the third piece of the project would be the addition of a one-car garage ancillary building at the rear of the property. So the three minor variances that we're seeking, I think the first being the building depth, which is I think the allowable 17 meters, we're seeking 18.53. And I would just point out that we're trying to simply match the neighboring property to the north. We need to extend a little bit beyond the rear of the wall, just looking to maintain the existing concrete stair to the basement, and we require that little bit extra to accommodate the minimum landing requirements for the code. Second minor variance that we're seeking is floor space index, which we're seeking 1.3 versus the 1.0. The main challenge with this is just given the lot depth. There's three properties from 123 Lippincott north to Van Conet Street to the north that all have shorter lots due to the right-of-way laneway at the rear of the properties. So the slightly shorter lot depth is what kind of forces us to seek this minor variance. So I would note as well that we are able to maintain the minimum required rear yard soft landscaping as well, which we'll have permeable pavers and that included in there. And the last minor variance that we're looking for is the addition of the ancillary building at the rear of the property that would be used as a one-car garage and also to, for additional storage for bicycles, tools, and that sort of thing. Maximum is, I think, 10%, and we're seeking 16.32, so it's just slightly above. And again, given the site constraints, we want to keep the impact of the building as minimal as possible, yet still be functional. So the building size is a direct result of the minimum parking stall size that per the City of Toronto. Just wrapping up, I just want to note that we had reached out to several of the neighbors to let them know the proposal and the variances that we were seeking, and we had received good feedback and support for the proposal. We met with the immediate neighbor to the north at 125 Lippincott a couple of weeks ago as they were away on holiday, and I think we had a pretty good discussion on the scope of work and walked them through the details of how things would be constructed and the variances that we were seeking in order to do so. And the concerns that they had at the time seemed to be more in relation to the construction details and the sequencing of the project, which is what was noted in their letter of objection. So I don't know if they're speaking today, but I can try to address some of the concerns that they have in relation to the minor variances we are seeking. So I'll conclude here and just say that we feel the variances that we're requesting are reasonable and minor in nature, and we look forward to your decision. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Panel, any? Yes.
Just one quick question, if I may. You're proposing a garage at the back, and I'm not quite sure how you access that garage. I'm looking at Google's maps, and I can't quite figure out how you get to that garage. Do you have access through the laneway at the back?
Yeah, correct. So there's a laneway there that runs north-south. So it's kind of sandwiched between that, the building, two-story brick number 11 on the right there, you can kind of see it, and takes you to the north to Van Conet Street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? Mr. Sambula?
Yes, Robert Stambula, 125 Lippincott Street.
Okay. Can we have your concern, sir?
Thank you, committee members. My wife and I are the applicant's adjoining neighbors on a party line. We've been there 22 years. You have our submission. We've talked about a deferral request because we didn't have any advance notice of this from our neighbors. We only met on the 7th. We were out of the country for a part of the time in June. This became public by the city when we had an alert from our neighbors. So there's been really an absence of being able to discuss this, and I think we could work it out if there was time, but they wanted to press on, and we are here today. You have our comments and submissions on the housing variances. That we have no objection to the housing variances. We noted two conditions that we sought around alignment and complying with the plans. I also note the mention of form letters that have no rationale for support or opposition. There's opposition from the community that is being submitted. So we're left with, absence of deferral and the applicant opposes, is dealing with an ancillary garage. It seeks a variance of 15 meters, thereabouts, square meters allowed, and looking for 25 square meters. It is, by that difference, in our view, not a minor variance, but context also helps disclose that and what else is being brought to bear. This variance is not for housing. It doesn't provide for space to live. It replaces a parking pad that exists. So parking is there. This encloses parking, adds parking, the depth of the space in the lot next door to us. We submitted some graphics to show, and we use in our letter, if you could go to Appendix 1, it takes the location map and shows the subject lot, as well as I could show it. In red is the garage thereabouts, taking up 50% of the length of the rear yard. It shows, if you see the dark black lines, those are short lots that are in the vicinity. None of those lots have garages. If you look at the built form that are full lots that go right from Lippincott to Croft or Borden to Croft, they're 10 meters long, 10 meters longer. They all have garage. Short lots don't have garages. And it goes to the application of a 10% rule for garages that is on lot size. You can't fit the same things on a small lot that you can on a large lot. There are some other short lots that were severed. So they're short lots, and there's housing on the laneways. So there's no other lot, a short lot, that has a garage in our neighborhood, and I've used the location map to provide that. If you go to Appendix 3 on our submission, you can see that the existing, I superimposed the green box on the left is the existing shed. I superimposed that where they're proposing a garage. So it's an ancillary building. And this is full. 2/3 of the garage is going to be replacing the existing shed. There's no room for a parking spot, I don't believe. And the applicants are caught wanting more ancillary space, but can only get it by asking for a garage. This shed was never approved. It's twice what is allowed if you use a 5% rule, which is what the bylaw says for an ancillary building that's not a garage. So in any respect, whether it's a garage that does not fit, and we tried to moderate things with the applicant, and didn't get anywhere. Appendix 4 shows you a shot of our home, our rear backyard, and the rear backyard of our neighbors. The top one is ours. You can see we're boxed in on the left. by a 1970s conversion right to the lot line of a store to apartments. To the rear is a 1980s home that got built. We came in 2001. Those are existing conditions. The south side to our neighbor, our adjoining neighbor, has been open all those years. And you can see on the bottom photo is, if you could move up just a little bit, is our neighbor's adjoining lot showing the ancillary building. And the last Appendix 5 is a shot showing the laneway, just so you have that appreciation. Someone was asking about the laneway and how do you get into. Appendix 5 was a late submission I made. I'm not sure if it was a separate document. And that laneway is 2.5 meters. A typical laneway in the neighborhood, I know because I've worked on them, is 5 meters. So it's not like going into Croft Laneway and getting into a garage. This is half that size. I think it creates a precedent contrary to the stability requirements of the official plan. None of these short lots have a garage. I think it's a poor use of land where you are adding stormwater management issues and even a greater surface being covering the land, the land that exists now. There's no proposal to internalize it into a cistern or manage it. It's just going to be stormwater issues for the city to deal with. We think it's not minor. It doesn't produce housing. It's only a parking spot. It provides a burden on our boxing in our property. It's not supported in climate change matters in the official plan that the city has, and it violates the stability provisions for neighborhoods in the official plan. So we respectfully ask that the third variance be denied, and I'm happy to ask any questions the committee might have.
Sure.
Yes, Larry.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So I just want to confirm, so your appendix, the one with the green, you are showing...
Oh, yes.
That one. So your green for the existing shed...
Yes.
Is much bigger than what appears to be showing on the site plan. Is that?
Well, the site plan shows it very faintly. Almost, you can, your eye will take to the other box that says existing frame shed, which is is deceptive. If you look at the picture in Appendix 4, that actually shows you the shed. It's fence line to fence line. Up, it's on screen. If you could move the.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So
you're right. I wouldn't have caught that.
Yeah,
frankly.
That's why because your eye does not catch that very faint line.
You're right. It goes right to the shaded in the site plan. The shaded.
And the second one, I'm just as well as I could, and with my technology skills, tried to superimpose it onto the garage just to see what is being replaced. And I know my neighbor, it's a valuable shed. We kind of lived with it because we were trying to cooperate, only discovering in this process that it's twice what the rule would provide, a 5% rule for an ancillary bill.
Yeah, fair enough. So, I mean, I'll ask the agent, but does the existing pad get used? Does someone actually... Can someone actually navigate in there with a vehicle and park on that pad?
If you look at, I occasionally park, so does my neighbor, but we also use the full width of the rear of the property to get in there.
Right.
If you note, I point out that the garage it has a 10-foot doorway. And I asked the applicant and his architect, can you get in there? Could you, I was just trying to help in the discussion. Could you widen it? Because the garage is within the side setbacks. It has a little bit of space on both sides, and his response was he didn't know that they could because of the structural strength required for the building. So it's trying to build a garage that I don't think is going to function. It's oversized. It takes half the backyard, and that peak roof is going to be 4 meters high, boxing us in. I think this is not a good use of land. He already has parking there. He can park. I don't begrudge that because that right-of-way is on title for all the properties, and that was the intention of that.
So you're concerned, from your perspective, the impact on you is that, I guess, in part because of the height from the peaked roof is going to be higher than the existing shed, and that's going to affect you. And
The height and the further boxing in, because this is even a 30% larger structure than the existing ancillary building.
Right,
that's there.
okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dunlop?
Yes.
Yeah, so, can we have your rebuttal, please?
Yep, absolutely. So we've reviewed the Stimbula's letter of objection along with the Harbor Residents Association letter. And the issue obviously seems to be variance number 3. And really what we're seeking is to increase the overall parking pad, the existing parking pad size by 3.4 square meters in size. So basically from what is currently there. So this is merely to ensure that, we can house a City of Toronto parking space size within within the garage itself. Going back to the comment that was made with regards to access into the garage, my homeowners, had mentioned that they don't utilize the entire width of the laneway to get into the parking pad now, and we've also done a traffic study to ensure the viability of being able to get into the garage, so that's not a concern. With regard to the width of the garage door, and as I mentioned when we met with the Stambulas, that's something that we're obviously going to coordinate further once we get in.
We lose them?
So that's something that will be further addressed, but access into the garage works. There was one other item as well that I'll comment on was that stood out for us in relation to the modification of the garage and their feeling of being boxed in within the rear yard. So this doesn't affect any of the variances that we're seeking, but we've had a look and feel that we're able to address and help alleviate that concern. So I'm not too sure if you can pull up the Stambula's letter of objection and go to the last page. And I think the image on the top will help provide some context to this. Yeah, that one right there. So this view is obviously from 125 Lippincott looking to the rear. The fence on the right is between 123 and 125, and closer to the rear is where we're looking to construct the garage. And just to give a little bit of context, the top of that fence currently sits at about 1.9 meters high, kind of underneath the foliage there. And the gray overhead door and structure that you see directly at the back within that photo stands at about 2.54 meters. So what we're proposing to do to help kind of alleviate their concern about, having views and that blocked is we just propose to rotate the roof so that we have the eave that runs along the property line. And I think with that modification of the sidewall will probably poke above the fence about 24 inches or so, or 600 millimeters. Which would be less intrusive than having the gable end on the property line. So I think that, in addition with the summer foliage along the fence, I think a good portion of that would be blocked out. So this again doesn't affect the variances we're seeking, but can be captured in the permit drawings as we go forward. I think outside of that, I think just in closing. Just want to note that my clients value the neighborhood and the friendship of their neighbors, and I know that dialogue will continue well beyond this hearing, and to ensure the project is successful and to ultimately give their family the space that they need well into the future. So thank you for your time and look forward to your decision.
Jim?
I don't think
Yes,
there
I
was a
have a
traffic
quick-
study
Sir.
provided. He just mentioned one and I haven't seen it.
We one speaker at a time.
Sorry.
And you've had your say. Okay, Yim?
Okay, just a very quick question. I think I tried to get the sense the existing shed you're going to remove, how high is it?
The existing structure, that I don't have off the top.
But it's 1 story or 1.5 story?
It's 1 story, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to compare it to the proposed garage in terms of height. That's all. But
Yeah.
it's more or less the same height as the proposed garage, right?
Yeah. So like the proposed garage, like what we're seeking, the garage itself, based off of established grade, really the height of the garage is around 3.5 meters. We're about half a meter above the established grade.
Understand. Thank you.
Chair, can you just go back to your site plan? I just want to have a look at that. This observation that was pointed out to us. Can you just explain the representation of the existing shed? I get that it's the fainted dotted line, but what is the shaded area?
Yeah, so the shaded area there that you see the existing 1-story frame shed to be removed, that area is going to be, the frame shed that's currently there is going to be removed, and we're replacing that with soft landscaping. So that'll be grass and a permeable paver pathway from the garage to the back of the house.
So this is showing when you remove it, that's what's going to be remaining.
Replaced.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
it's going to be replaced.
I will admit,
yeah.
I misinterpreted that as well when I first looked at it. Thank you.
Any further questions? Any comments? We have a motion. Yes, here.
Just comment, when I first saw this application, I was wondering about that shed. Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. I was concerned about that existing shed that seemed to take up so much room, and then I think there was permeable paving, or paving certainly where the proposed garage is supposed to be. My concern, of course, is basically that you've got a very small lot, and this proposed garage seems to be something that's going to be a rather large structure in a very small space. Now, I know there's no variance requested for soft landscaping in the rear. I don't have any concern with the proposed 2-story addition behind the house. I appreciate that part. The garage becomes another story. I think in a very small space like this, to have a large structure as a garage becomes another issue. So I'm not very comfortable with this particular proposal, the garage portion of it.
Sorry, I think they're going to remove the frame shed. So they sort of actually moved in terms of the reorganizing the site. So you actually have, I think, a larger, because before the shed is dividing the backyard into 2 pieces, and now it seems to have, they removed that and built a garage, and then the backyard is actually larger. That's my understanding.
You're quite correct. I noticed that the shed, though, as the person in opposition mentioned, was something that was built without permission, so it shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Stenbo. Very helpful material presentation. I understand your frustration. I appreciate the concern. I think the variance before us, notwithstanding your comments and Harvard Residents Association's concern about the garage versus shed, I was struck by the agent's view that the garage is of a size that would be required in order to fit a car in there. The bylaw for the width and depth of the garage to accommodate a vehicle. It doesn't appear to be oversized in that regard. It does take up proportionally larger portion of the lot, but that's a function of, I think, the size of the garage that's required.
The size of the lot.
Yeah, and the size of the lot. And it is a short lot, and your points about short lots and is very valid. But I think my view would be that with your concern about massing, the proposed change by the applicant to rotate the building and have the peak a little bit further away from your property, I think might mitigate some of that massing concern. I'm not as fussed about this application for those reasons. I understand your concern, but I think it's the variance before us is not out of line, and in part because it's a short lot.
Kim?
Okay, we are in committee, right? So I can make a comment?
Yes, yes.
Okay, my comment is that it's just as I said earlier, it's actually just we organize the, my concept is to reorganize the massing in the backyard. Actually, by removing the shed and almost literally move it as a garage, is actually, I think, it's an improvement, because where the little bit of extra height is in line with the other parking spaces. So they leave the backyard more open. I think it's actually an improvement, in my opinion. So I think they're allowed to build a garage, although it's not common on the same street someone mentioned. But they allow, and the variance in front of us, I think, is acceptable. So I'm in support of this application.
Okay, so do we have a motion? Yes,
Chair, I'm happy to move motion to approve this application. I want to put a condition in, because it's not reflected in the site plan or the drawings. I want to put a condition in that the garage structure be built with, I don't even know what the right wording would be, that the peak slopes, I don't know which direction. I'm looking for some help here.
Away from
the neighbor? 125.
Slope in the east-west direction?
Yeah, thank you. So that would, I think, try and mitigate a little bit of the visual massing in the neighbor's backyard.
We have a seconder. Jim, all in favor? You're opposed, Sahir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The application is approved 3-1. Move on to number 18. Number 18, 56A Oriole Road. Purpose of the application to alter the existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear first-story deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Yeah. So it seems that 56B Oriole Road is the same applicant, and it looks like, as I remember it, it's essentially the same application.
Yes, it is.
Perhaps we could deal with them together.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. You can deal with both of them together, although they may have different variances, but yes,
I think
you
they're
can.
slightly different. Okay, so let me just introduce 56B Oriole Road as well. Okay, so 56B Oriole Road, purpose is to alter the existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a first-story floor deck. And with these, both with the 56A, we have material submitted by the applicant. With respect to 56B, we have material submitted by the applicant, as well as correspondence and support from 2 properties on Oriole Road. Nasser Amir.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Naz Amir, and I'm here on behalf of the owner of 56A and B Oriole. I am with Bartrai Architects, and my address is 200 Cachet Woods Court, Suite 314 in Markham, Ontario.
Okay, So perhaps if there's no opposition, so if you could give us just a brief idea of what you're doing in these two properties.
Okay, so just to explain the situation, there is a building of two semi-detached, which is 56 Oriole, and north to that is another building of two semi-detached, 58 Oriole Road. They both share an alleyway in between the two buildings of roughly 8 feet, very, very narrow, that leads into 4 garages in the back. So the whole area in the back is basically a right-of-way for all 4 neighbors to access their garages in the back. It has been very, very difficult for them to handle the snow in the winter. That was one of the main reasons we applied last year for 58A and B, and we were successful for both to get the variance. It was actually a suggestion from the committee itself that if 56A and B do the same as 58A, it'll solve the problem of the snow in the back completely, because the snow is going to be above the deck rather than in the right-of-way. If you can kindly show some of the photos, I will explain the situation in the back. So that's the backyard of 58A and B, Oriole. The whole width of this area where the white van is parked is a right-of-way, with exception of 4 feet between the planter and the van. So the reason we can't meet the zoning bylaw is because we can't basically put a post in the middle of the right-of-way, because it's going to prevent the cars from accessing the garage. So the only way to deal with it is to extend the deck all the way to the flower boxes, which does not meet the zoning bylaw. And that's the only reason we're applying for this. They basically have no backyard whatsoever. Like there is a picture that I have supported. It might be with 56B because I can't see it here. All they have as a backyard in the back is a Juliet balcony above their garage door. And they have no means of accessing any part of the garage, of the backyard, or have any outdoor space. Yes, this is the one. So view number 1 is looking at the building from the back, and that Juliet balcony is all they have for a backyard. View number 2 is the view from their balcony into the backyard. And view number 3 shows the right-of-way area, which we basically can't build anything on it. So the solution that we're proposing is to build a deck that spans the whole depth of the right-of-way, to clear the right-of-way and not put any posts that prevents car movement. And for this to happen, we're asking for a relief from bylaw 10.5.40.52 and bylaw 10.5.40.54C, and also bylaw 10.5.40.61C, and finally 10.5.50.10.3A. That it basically applies to both properties with one exception. I think A is also requesting for a smaller side setback. That's basically for aesthetic. So for aesthetic is one reason, so the deck is lined up with the edge of the building. And the second reason is knowing that the structure is going to be a steel structure. I'm assuming that the post near the house is going to be large in size. And I just requested a setback of 3.5 rather than 4.5 to avoid having this post not clear the garage door. It'll be just cumbersome going in and out of the garage if there is a post right in front of the door. But other than that, both properties have the same issue that we're applying for a minor variance for.
Okay. Panel, any questions? Larry?
Thanks, Chair. Just a technical one. I'm just trying to understand. So 56A and 56B and the property right next to it.
North to it.
So there's a right-of-way that spans between like 4 properties, or?
Yes, it's stretched across the whole backyard of all 4 properties because the garage access is from the main back wall of all 4 buildings.
So that's a legal right-of-way?
Yes.
So are you allowed to build a structure over a right-of-way?
It was approved for 58A and B, and we got the building permit.
Okay,
And it's
it's just more of a technical issue. I wasn't too sure whether you'd be able to do that over a right-of-way, but if that's the case, okay.
You can actually build on a right-of-way so long as you don't interfere with the purpose of the right-of-way. So if you have a wide driveway and you build on a portion of it, but and the purpose is for a car to get from one place to another and the car can still go, you're okay.
I didn't know that. Thank you.
So building over it, I remember this application. My daughter lived on Oriole Road. You go up these narrow driveways and then all this parking's in the back. So it's a difficult situation for snow removal in this case. Yes, Sahir?
My question is related again to, I understand that you basically, it's having this deck cover the entire back space. The residents at 124 Heath Street would be the ones that would have their backyard overlooked by the decks that are proposed. Am I correct in understanding that your deck will actually go right up to the edge where the soft landscaping is at the back where the trees are? Because
correct.
Now the deck itself will, I understand the supports have to be at that distance because you want vehicular access. But when it comes to overlook for the neighbors, are there any concerns about that? Because you're going to be putting out a pretty big deck. The deck will be the same width or length of the current driveway access at the back.
Well, the deck is not going to go all the way to the property line. The flower box is going to be in between. We didn't hear any opposition from the neighbors. And if it becomes an issue, we can definitely deal with this with means of privacy screen.
So basically, the neighbors at Heath Street, once assuming this goes through, they'd be looking at a deck that will be only about 4 feet away from the flower bed or the soft landscaping you've got at the back?
It's not 4 feet. It's 2.4 meters, which is 8 feet roughly between the deck and the back property line.
But that's what I mean. I didn't mention 4 feet. I'm just suggesting that that's what they'd be looking at. There'd be a deck right up there with presumably a screen, and that's what they'd see.
The property fence in place is roughly 6.5 feet in height, and the deck is about 9 feet. So most of it is going to be hidden behind the property fence anyways.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Okay, so do we have any further comments or a motion?
I just have an observation. On 124 Heath, looks like their second story, by the photos you've submitted, looks like their second story balcony has screening. So I don't think screening is unreasonable in this case, given that it is an elevated deck and there are residents around. You said, back to the agent, you said that the neighbors adjacent to you just recently got approval for the same thing?
Yes, last year we got approved for the minor variance, and this year we got approved for a building permit in which the construction will start very soon. It's exactly the same idea, pretty much the same exact decks.
Yeah, no, the difference, I guess, is that your property, this property backs onto properties on Heath, whereas the other ones, I guess it's 60, I guess.
58.
I mean, they have quite deep lots, right? So they have a different rear yard kind of perspective. So I'm kind of inclined, I think, you know, screening is similar to what is on 124's rear deck, I think might be appropriate, given that, the proximity.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Sure, Chair. I'll move a motion. I think this, for the reasons we've discussed, is a supportable application. They obviously don't have any backyard, and this would provide both those properties with a little bit of amenity space. But for the reasons that we've talked about, I think there needs to be screening on the deck. It looks like there's privacy screening between the two properties already, 58A and 58B. I think there should be screening on either side of, or at least on the side facing Heath.
West side.
The west side. So I propose a condition, excuse me, screening on the west side.
So that would be only with respect to 56B, or only with respect to
Yes,
one of them?
you're right, you're absolutely right, Chair. I think it's just the one side that needs it.
So,
Whichever
let's
property
find
that
Mr.
is.
Amer, is it 56B that needs the screening?
It should be across both, if I'm not mistaken, Larry. If I look at the survey, 56A and B both back onto 124 or 120s.
I was just putting it
Yeah,
on the side. You
124.
want it on the back too?
I think it's on the west side, so that similar to 124 screening as well.
Oh, I was thinking the south side. So you're suggesting the west side?
I think the west side has a back. The overlook is on the back side. So,
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Okay, fair enough. I'm just looking at the photos. The other side, I guess the south side is simply a garage. So that's fine.
That's
So,
right,
yeah, on
yeah,
the west
yeah,
side.
that's right, it's
On
correct.
both properties, Chair.
Okay, all right. You second that, Sahir?
Yes, sir.
All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 20. $250. Okay, number 20 is 256 Glen Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with a front covered porch, a rear ground level deck, and a rear basement walkout. Also to construct two ancillary buildings, cabana and shed in the rear yard, and to permit a front yard parking space. The existing dwelling and ancillary building detached shed will be demolished. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, staff reports from Urban Forestry and Transportation Services, 7 form letters in support from occupants on Glen Avenue, interest in correspondence and concern from 90 and 86 Hudson Drive, and opposition from 253 Glen Rose. Mr. Sprague.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Yes, it's Tom Sprague, and the name of our firm is Sprague and Company Architects, and our address is 156 Duncan Mill Road. I'll give you a brief background on this application. A few things I
We have
want to talk.
opposition, Mr. Sprague, so
Yes,
we're going to need a presentation.
Yes, I'm definitely going to do it. And in fact, I've spoken to the person's operator. I don't think we're going to, anyway, I can get to that later. First of all, the owners themselves have lived in the Moore Park area for many years, and they've just purchased this property with the idea of building a new home for their family. And of the letters, there's been a lot of communication with all the neighborhood. And of the letters that that you've received. Probably the most important one is really number 254 Glen Road, which is the immediate house to the west. That's the one that's most affected by this proposal, and that person is supportive of what's being proposed. With respect to the three letters on file, and you mentioned the letter of opposition from 253. We explained she was confusion on what was happening, and she felt we were encroaching on their property. So have met with her, and she actually said she was going to send a note in saying she was withdrawing her application, but she still may speak, I'm not sure. But that's the information I've got back from the owner on that issue. With respect to the houses on Hudson, now these are backing onto the sidewall of our proposed new house. And in particular for the committee's information with number 90 Hudson, at the back of the property there's some beech trees, tall narrow trees. And so there's an agreement that's been reached between the two owners that what we're going to do during the course of construction, these trees are not regulated under the tree bylaw, but what we're going to do is we're going to have an arborist on the site to prune them properly and fertilize during the construction. And furthermore, if there's about 6 of these tall narrow trees, if any of them die during the course of construction, there's an understanding that the owner of 256 will totally replace the tree. So that's the agreement, and as I understand, the neighbor at number 90 is very supportive of what we're proposing. So just that's more for the committee information. With respect to the variances before the committee, I'd like you just, if you could quickly pull up the one that was posted, supporting material on July 12th. Yes, that is it right there. Thank you very much. Just with respect to the length and depth variance, I just wanted to clarify on this drawing. As you see, where the X is really the extent of the 2-story component of this house. And that actually matches the house 2 doors away, 252 Glen Rose. And then on the right, on the east side, there's a small 1-story addition at the back. So it's not as if this is going out 2 stories, 20 meters or 20.04 meters at the back. It's really this component. I should also say that particular variance was approved in October of last year for 227 Glen Rose on the other side of the street. So certainly in keeping with other decisions in the area. I'd also like you to refer to the parking space that we've indicated here at the front. It's got an X at the front. Right on the driveway. Yes, there we go. And so what we do, that's where the car is parked now, presently. And our first proposal we put in was actually having the car located in a different location. It was very close to a large tree. And our arborist doing the report said to not do that. So now we're positioning it back exactly where it's always been in this location. There was a letter that came in from Urban Forestry also objecting to that it was going to compromise this tree. And so we'll deal with them. There's also conditions 1 and 2 that we have to deal with them. So we'll deal with urban forestry as part of that application. The last thing I'd like you to please pull up would be the supporting material we put through. And it was actually sent in last week, but it was posted on the 17th of July. And it's got just a history of showing what the parking is in the area. I hope you've got that there. Yes, that's it exactly. So what we did was a survey of the existing situation on the street, and of the 36 houses on the street, north and south, 20 of them actually had front yard parking. We've got some photos there. In fact, the photo you can see on the top left corner is 256, our house, and on the very right is this tree that we're just going to keep the driveway exactly where it is and not go any closer to it. But as can be seen, front yard parking, 20 of the 36 houses actually do park on the street. Last thing I'd like to respond to is the letter that did come in from Transportation Services, and they would like a condition attached to a decision today that it would be subject to their approval. And what they're asking for is to have the curb cut filled in, and so that there'd be no parking on the street. In this case, because it's down at the end of the street, it would be extremely problematic. They wouldn't even be able to park in front of their house. And also they're getting a hybrid card and they wouldn't be able to plug that in. So we're very strongly opposed to having this attached in any fashion as a condition of a decision. I should say also, the committee's information, I'm aware of two ones very recently where this same situation has come up. One was on June 28th for 90 Ridge, and just last week for 243 Glen Rose, and the same request from Transportation, and the committee at that time chose to allow the front yard parking and not attach any conditions, and we sincerely hope that that would be the same case here. Just in summary, I do feel that what's being proposed here is reasonable, it's minor, there's no variances for FSI, height of wall, height of building, landscaping. I feel it's very, very reasonable and certainly fits in with the fabric of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Any questions, panel?
Yes. I have one question. Yes, but my question is, can you clarify? I'm not too sure about the procedure. If the front yard parking is approved by this panel, do you still need to apply for a front yard parking permit?
Yes, I think so. This is a moratorium, so I'm not sure the procedure, but I think it was discussed before that from the committee standpoint, if we can have a decision that doesn't mention this, then we can deal with that separately. Otherwise, we'd have to fill in the curb and then down the road, come back for, go to the committee to get parking again. So this is a position that that was taken by committee members on those other two ones, and it would be very punitive to imply this condition this time. We'll have to deal with them on that, but.
Okay, it's related question. So do you know, you showed these examples of front yard parking. Do you know these are permitted, or are they legal, or they just being used as parking spaces?
I beg your pardon?
Are these legal parking spaces you're showing us?
Some are, some aren't. I think. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I think the fact is on this street, quite honestly, I just recorded where they park, but quite honestly, the space between the houses is so narrow they couldn't possibly get in there. So everyone has parked on the front, and whether there's legal parking there, I don't know. I suspect there's not, probably. But that's the situation that exists right now.
Yes, the reason why I asked this question is that we really due to the transportation's comment that they do not allow any front yard parking. I just want to know how many they have permitted, and or they refuse all of them, and people still just park there as a habit.
I really don't know. This is a brand new thing, to be honest. I just heard about it 3 weeks ago, and but all I can say is if you were to impose that condition, it would be very difficult for the new owners, that's for sure. So I think the position of the committee in the past was not to do it, and we could deal with the other things separately, but to not encumber us with a decision on the committee decision.
Yes, here.
Just with regard to the front parking pad, I think this is one of the issues we were discussing previously, where transportation has a staff report basically says to refuse that particular variance. However, in the staff report, when you go down, I think it's on page 2, it does point out that where there's a conflict between bylaws, should the committee grant the minor variance application, transport services requested be approved on condition that the owner is to contact permits and enforcement, et cetera, to arrange for the restoration of the obsolete curb cut, etc. So I think there was a circumstance like this at the July 12th.
Yes, that's correct. Last week, a week ago, same situation, and also June the 28th, exact same situation, and the committee felt that they didn't to not include this, to approve it as is without any conditions, and we hope that would be the case in this case. It's a moratorium, so I'm not sure we have to deal with the other things separately, but do not.
Chair, just so I understand, I'm looking at the original plan. The original plan had a driveway very different than what you're now proposing, and you're now proposing just to keep the existing condition. Is that correct?
Exactly. That's exactly right.
And is the parking pad, for lack of a better word, entirely on private property, or is it on?
Oh, entirely. Oh, yeah. It's all entirely.
Because it looks like the original one offended forestry because it would hurt a tree. Plus, it looks like part of it would be on city property.
Well, just a clarification on that. This is a unique lot. The bottom of where you see at the very bottom, that's the actual property. It backs onto Glen Rose. It's longer than,
Oh.
so that's entirely on their property. So if you see at the bottom, it's got a dimension there. And there's the center line of the road is the edge of the southern
Gotcha.
property
Okay.
line. So it's entirely on their property completely. It was just this tree, and our arborist said, that's not good.
So
in
you're
urban
keeping
forestry.
basically the existing condition, and
Exactly.
you're not planning to
No.
affect
No,
the
in fact,
tree that forestry's concerned
No,
about.
no. So we're going to be again 4 meters away from the tree, not as close as we were there. We actually did put that in as a supporting material on July the 12th as well, just to clarify this issue. And urban forestry, no, it's not that one. It was the one that we put in July 4th, sorry. Or July 12th, sorry.
So is there currently a
It
permit
was,
for parking, Mr. Sprague?
I beg your pardon?
Is there currently, or was there before your clients bought this property, a permit for parking in the front?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. I don't know
Would
about
they
that.
need one if it was private?
I don't know. I mean, I don't understand.
I think it's when it's wholly on private property, it's
Yeah, it's totally
not
on their
an issue.
property, so it's not on city property. And the position of transportation up till very recently has been if it's on private property, they're fine with it. So,
But now they've changed their mind.
yeah, so we'll still have to deal with them, but if it's a condition of this, then it's going to have to come back to the committee down the road if they have to build a curb there and Ardenita Park, and it would also be, in this particular situation, extremely punitive at the end of the street. They don't know where they'd park, down the street. And my hope is if you give a clear with no conditions on this, we'll talk to transportation. And I think there would be some discretion on what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. We'll go see them and say, is this what's necessary? But if it's limited as a condition here, we're stuck on that. So I'd really hope that you won't put a condition on it and approve that variance. As was done by committees on the 12th a week ago and on the same position.
Right, so we're going to move on. Cynthia Colby.
No, I will say, just so I can interject.
Mr. Chair.
Oh.
And committee, my name is Cynthia Colby and I live at 253 Glen Rose Avenue, directly across from the proposed dwelling. And I just want to confirm that the owner, Glenn Fraser, reached out to me and said that the driveway will not go beyond the current footprint. And so we're happy with that. And that I was concerned about the tree and the hedges separating our two properties. And he assured me that a tall hoarding board will go up to protect the trees between our property and shrubs. My husband and I both work out of our house and we've been through another renovation on the street. We just want to make sure that our driveway is not blocked either and that we have phone numbers to reach out to someone if we can't get out for emergency purposes.
Right, well, we as a committee don't deal with that issue. You have to deal with Mr. Fraser.
Okay.
All right.
But we don't have any objections anymore because it was clarified that they're going to use the existing footprint of the driveway. So I just want to let you know that we're fine with that.
All right. Thank you very much. George Bothwell and Jane Taylor.
Hi, George, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we get your name and address, please?
George Bothwell, 86 Hudson Drive. I'm here with my wife, Jane Taylor. We are the property immediately east of the proposed construction. So the back line of our lot right now, about 3/4 of it is actually the current wall of that house. We have 3 issues, more questions, but one is we planted almost 30 years ago trees on the back of the lot, on the eastern portion of the lot. So I just want to get some assurances that the the construction won't in any way be damaging those. The second issue is with respect to the roof eaves that they'll be putting up on the east side. They are literally going to be within a hand's width of our property line. Our neighborhood has a number of huge oak trees, so the eaves fill up with acorns and leaves a lot. So those gutters have to be cleared frequently. My question is, how are you going to attach those eaves without accessing our property? And how will you keep those eaves clear over time without accessing our property? The final issue I wanted to discuss was the issue of windows on the east facing of the proposed new house. Right now, that wall has 3 ground floor windows, which are very small and are currently covered, and they're quite high up as well. And then there's only 1 window, excuse me, on the second floor, which is a bathroom window, which is usually covered as well. My understanding is there are going to be much larger windows facing east in this house. So they will be, again, mere centimeters away from our property lines and looking onto our property. So I have some privacy issues about those. So anyway, I guess my final conclusion is, if there was a compelling reason to go beyond the current limits, for example, leaving the current the current wall that's already been there as part of the new house, I'd appreciate that. But given it's an entirely new built house, I have trouble understanding what the compelling reason is for it to exceed the current property limitations of the bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? No? Okay. Michael and Valerie Bertouche.
And can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, this is Michael Bertouche at 92 Hudson Drive. My wife, unfortunately, can't join me today. And similar to 86 Hudson and 90 Hudson, and what Mr. Bothwell was just expressing, our rear, we face east and west, so our backyard faced into the east property line of 256 Glen Rose. And 22 years ago, when we moved in here and did extensive planting, one of the concerns that was expressed to us by the landscape architect at the time was that the properties on Glen Rose are significantly higher, almost 7 feet, if I remember correctly, than our properties at 92, 90, and 86 Hudson. And so there is substantial runoff from rain and snowmelt that comes down from Glen Rose and right through our backyards. And so we've taken precautions over the years with some drainage and so forth, understanding that the current building, the current property has, quite a bit of green space and trees and gardens and grass to absorb all that runoff. But this new proposal, as you can tell, significantly increases the size, the footprint of the house. It's adding a shed, it's adding a cabana, it's adding a hot tub, and a lot of hard surfaces in the background, in the backyard. So the concern I would have is that there's going to be an increase in runoff coming off of this property and right into our backyards. And I've not seen anything, either from an arborist or maybe a landscape engineer, that would suggest that they are taking extra precautions to control that runoff. And so, it's a real concern to us. We don't have a property outside of Toronto. We spend a lot of time in our backyard. We've invested quite a bit into landscaping, as have the Rivards next to us at 90 and the Bothwells. And so we really enjoy our backyards quite a bit. We're here. And so we're not only going to be looking into this much larger structure, but now we're going to be looking into it with these other ancillary buildings. And so, you know, from a concern about the trees and the roots, concern about the drainage coming down off of Glen Rose Avenue, and just overall privacy with the larger home, the bigger deck coming off the back, and these three ancillary buildings, it's going to significantly change, you know, our backyard view and our overall enjoyment. So, you know, I'm not looking to stand in the way of progress and improving homes and properties, but I think it needs to be done with some sensitivity to the neighbors that have been here, as I said, for 22 years now. So I'm not sure what the committee can do in terms of putting some conditions on, but it would be great and very comforting for us to know that from an arborist point of view, dealing with you know, our trees, and from a drainage point of view, that they're taking, you know, taking our needs into consideration.
All right, thank you, sir. Matt Rivard.
Hi, it's Matt Rivard. I live at 90 Hudson. My primary concern.
Up, sir, could you speak up a little closer to the mic?
Sure. Can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm at 90 Hudson. My big concern has been not having damage done to those beech trees at the back, which they're about 25 feet high, and we planted them to provide a screen at the back of our yards. So my discussions with Glen and his arborists have led me to believe that those beeches will be spayed, air spaded, fertilized, and if there are any roots that need to be cut, that they're cut properly. So if all that happens, then that satisfies my concerns.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Sprague.
There, yes. Just yes, in response to concerns about drainage and water, one of the things when we go for a building permit, we have to do a grading plan to demonstrate that we're containing the water on the property, and so that's all part of the building permit process. I'd also say we're going to have an arborist on and want to look at all the, not just the 90 Hudson, but the arborist certainly could help and assist and with respect to the other properties too. Basically, we want to, the new owners want to work with the neighbors on Hudson, and certainly has been dealing more directly with the one neighbor at number 90, the last gentleman that spoke. But we will do everything to make sure that drainage does not pour into the other, worsens the condition. Should say there's no requirements at the back. We've got bylaw requirements with respect to soft landscaping, so it's not an issue on that. And certainly the other comment about just windows, and there is a window. We have a bedroom, so we need a bedroom window there looking in, and a couple small bathroom windows, and then a couple of windows in the dining room, sort of similar, so not dramatically more than what presently exists in the existing house that we're taking down. And also, although it's looking into the back garden, there's probably, I don't know, 70 feet between the back wall of the house on Hudson and the windows there. It's not like you're looking right in. So anyway, all I'll say is whatever we do, we try to work with the neighbors for sure and make sure alleviate any concerns throughout the process of construction but we'll certainly make sure that everything's in terms of drainage is done properly.
Right, thank you. Any questions, panel? Okay, do we have any comments or motion? Yes, here.
Just some comments, and perhaps the agent may come back on and respond. I think the project as a whole has merit. I don't see any difficulty in being in favor of this project. I think the transportation issue is one that
can hear anything. Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think that the project itself has merit. The issue of the parking space, I think, will work itself out because there is a provision for for transportation to be involved in the final approval, so I don't think we have an issue with that. The question that I think it was the last person in opposition raised with regard to drainage at the back, there is no variance request for soft landscaping in the rear. However, what I would like to ask of the agent if they'll be okay to have all the hardscaping that's indicated on the site plan, that they be produced out of, or they utilize permeable materials, and that will certainly add to the porosity in the rear. If and when the front driveway is approved, I'd like that as a condition, that be produced with permeable materials as well. The fact that the rear of the property does slope down, I'm not sure if that deck at the rear has overlook issues on the east and west side, so that may be another item that we might want to look at as for privacy screening on the east and west sides of the rear deck. Outside of that, I don't see an issue with this particular application.
Any other comments? Okay, so here, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, Chair, I certainly will. I'd like to move approval of this application, and the conditions that I'd like to add would be that that there be privacy screening on the rear deck on the east and west sides, and that there's forestry 1 and 2 conditions, that the hardscape in the rear yard and the proposed driveway be produced out of permeable materials.
Maybe to hear sort of a friendly amendment. I think because of the confusion around transportation, am I done?
No, that's just the timer.
The confusion around the transportation issues, I agree. It's they're not changing. It's an existing condition. They're not proposing to move it at all. That maybe we could just put something that the front parking and driveway situation is undertaken to the satisfaction of transportation.
Sounds good.
And that just triggers them ensuring that they go back and have that discussion and get whatever approvals, if any, from transportation.
I don't think we need it because
I-
they
well,
have to get a permit.
They do, but the only reason I raised that, Chair, is because the letter that they sent in said either refuse it, or if you're gonna approve it, then restore the curb cut, which confused me. And I'm not sure I wanna refer to that condition, because I thought the agent said that is unworkable.
It's in the wrong location.
Yeah, so I just think, just have them, undertake the work to the satisfaction of transportation.
So say the curb cut, specify it's the curb cut that you're concerned about.
They wanted to I thought they wanted to have the curb re-established. Like they refused the driveway, refused the parking, and have them reconstruct the curb cut, or
That's
the
right.
curb to its previous condition, whatever that was.
Oh, that's in other words, take it out.
Yeah, and
restore
put a
it.
new curb in, and that's what the agent was saying, that makes their parking situation quite untenable.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
I'm
I
at your
think so.
mercy, but I think just having them circle back and do it to the satisfaction of transportation might help the agent and transportation resolve these issues.
I think you're right. I'm just reading that
I
line again.
don't know whether it's gonna cause a problem that transportation may say, hey, they gave us license to, you know, refuse it. I think we just say, we approve it.
I think we are approving it, but I thought subject to, you know, the satisfaction of transportation.
I know, but you're giving, I think we're giving.
You think I'm doing it too
I think we want to
compli-
cut transportation out completely by just approving it. And I think if you give them some license to approve it or not approve it, they're gonna go revert to what they said.
Sure, I'll defer to your judgment, Chair.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Chair's comment, only because I think that to the satisfaction means that it's wide open, right? They can ask for whatever they really want. There's no specific things that we give them as condition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So here, do you want to just read to us what your conditions are?
So the conditions currently would be forestry 1 and 2. Privacy screening on the rear deck on the east and west sides, and the proposed driveway and rear yard landscaping be produced out of permeable materials.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Yim. All in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay, we are now at 1:44 p.m. We have finished the morning list. We adjourn until 2:45.
2:45. Oh, okay.
Okay, time for lunch.
Okay.